Chapter 942. Lin Rei's words are always punctual. He will be back as soon as he says so. So, let's wait for a while. I believe he will definitely be back. By then, I will introduce you to him. He didn't turn around and continued to scan the surroundings, trying to find Lin Rei's whereabouts. Rabbit didn't know what to say about Sakura's persistence. He wanted to dissuade him, but looking at Sakura's serious expression, Rabbit chose to remain silent in the end. At the side, Tianning's heart skipped a beat when she saw Sakura's reaction. Then, like Rabbit, she didn't say anything. At this moment, not far away from the Earth Spirit Mountain, 3 people were crossing the void and rushing madly towards the Earth Spirit Mountain. The only man among them was looking ahead anxiously, as though he was searching for something. It's over, it's over. I didn't expect to be late. I hope Sakura has the patience to wait. Otherwise, we will have to wait for a while to meet him. Husband, don't be anxious. I believe Sakura will definitely wait. At the side, the blue-clothed woman persuaded. At this moment, if Sakura saw the appearance of the 3 people, he would definitely recognize who they were. They were none other than Lin Rei and the others who set off from the Blood Soul Stockade. After 2 months, the 3 of them finally arrived at a place not far away from the Earth Spirit Mountain. Originally, they had agreed on a time with Sakura, but due to some unavoidable reasons, they were late. Sakura, who was at the peak of the Earth Spirit Mountain, was still waiting foolishly. It shouldn't be? Normally, Lin Rei wouldn't eat. What happened this time? Sakura was stunned when he saw that a long time had passed since the agreed time. Of course, he wouldn't think that Lin Rei was injured or killed because it was impossible. Others might not know, but Sakura, who was his clone, was very clear about how powerful his main body was. In the divine world, Lin Rei was undoubtedly standing at the peak. Therefore, the combat strength of the people in the divine world was no match for Lin Rei. Of course, if it was the holy world, there might be someone who could hurt Lin Rei. As time passed, Rabbit, who didn't think highly of Lin Rei, became even more irritable. She looked like she wouldn't leave if he didn't leave. I say, Sakura, is this the Lin Rei that you were talking about, the one who's never late and always on time? A hint of ridicule was obvious. Tianning wanted to stop this, but when she thought of Rabbit's personality and the fact that Lin Rei was indeed late, it was inconvenient for her to speak. In the end, she retreated to the side and remained silent. He turned a blind eye to the rabbit's actions and observed it with a silent attitude. Seeing the rabbit saying so, Sakura wanted to refute, but the moment he blurted out the word, he choked because he didn't know what else to say. After all, it was a fact that Lin Rei was late. Alas! Forget it. Since that's the case, let's hurry over. As for Lin Rei, let's leave a message for him. When he comes, let's ask him to go to a city not far ahead to look for us. What do you think? As she said that, she looked at Sakura, as if she wanted to get his permission. Sakura wanted to refuse, but Rabbit had already said it. Tianning, who was at the side, was also waiting for the result with an expectant gaze. Sakura swallowed the words that he wanted to refuse. Then, he smiled awkwardly and nodded in agreement. All right. Since Lin Rei didn't come on time and we've been waiting here for such a long time, let's go. As he said that, the sword from the flute appeared in his hand and he started to draw on a clean and spacious stone. On it, 3 words appeared on the stone: I'll wait for you in the city ahead. Sakura writes. At the side, looking at Sakura's technique, her eyes suddenly lit up. She took a step forward and wanted to observe Sakura's words at a close distance. But before she could do so, Rabbit saw through her thoughts and immediately stepped forward to stop her. Let's go. There are many good things waiting for you ahead. Sakura could only express his speechlessness. At the same time, he knew that Tianning couldn't resist this at all. As expected, as soon as Rabbit said those words, her eyes, which were still fixed on Sakura's words, glinted abruptly. She turned around and strolled slowly toward the city without hesitation. As he walked, he couldn't help but urge Sakura and Rabbit. I say, can you guys hurry up? Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. Facing Tianning's words, both Sakura and Bunny felt helpless. There was even a moment when Bunny regretted saying those words. Sigh, why is a murderous incarnation so different? Sakura pondered for a long time while looking at Tianning's back and finally found the words to describe her. Done. I didn't expect Tianning to be so reluctant to part with the life here. Rabbit looked at Tianning and a touch of tenderness emerged in her heart. But it's fine as long as she's happy. Let me protect her and become her guardian angel. Sakura's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Rabbit's words. He wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. Let's go. In the end, he blurted out these two words. Then, he took a step forward and instantly vanished on the spot, chasing after Tianning. Tsk you brat? Rabbit was taken aback when she saw Sakura taking the lead. Then, she chuckled and chased after him. Swish swish, not long after Sakura and the other two left, 3 more sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. In the blink of an eye, 3 people appeared on the peak of the Earth Spirit Mountain, which was where Sakura and the other 2 were at previously. The 3 of them landed. The man among them scanned the surroundings with his divine senses, and a touch of disappointment emerged. It seems like we're still too late. Sakura must have left. Yeah. After all, it's been a long time since dinner. Even if Sakura can wait, the 2 of them won't. Seeing her husband's disappointed look, In quickly stepped forward and said, I'll wait for you in the city ahead. Sakura, right? Just when Lin Rei was silent, a voice came from the side. It was none other than one of his wives, Shun Bing. Husband, take a look and see if that was written by Sakura? Pointing at the stone with words on it, she reminded Linley. And? Words? Shun Bing looked at the direction she was pointing at. She saw more than 10 words appearing in front of her eyes. The disappointment on her face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a smile. It seems like Sakura and the others have indeed come. It's just that they couldn't wait for us and left first. Let's go. Since he's waiting in the city ahead, we can't be late this time. Without waiting for the 2 of them to react, 2 bursts of energy emerged, directly wrapping the 2 of them. Then Linley took a step and left the place at his fastest speed, chasing in the direction that Sakura had told him to go. At this moment, Sakura didn't know that the distance between them and Lin Rei was already very close. Lin Rei. What kind of person is Lin Rei? Why were you so determined that he wouldn't be late? The sudden words made Sakura at the side stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Him. He's the kind of person who will definitely take revenge. He will never leave any future troubles for himself. Even if a person has the intention to kill him, then that person has already stepped on the path of the 9 underworlds. No matter how powerful that person is, as long as that person dares, Lin Rei will be able to send him into the 9 underworlds. He can even make him disappear from the great Tao of heaven and earth, as if that person had never appeared. Is that so? Hearing Sakura's evaluation of Lin Rei, Tianning at the side was stunned. This kind of person was very dangerous to her. Even when she heard Sakura's introduction to Linley just now, she had a feeling of déjà vu. It was as if Sakura wasn't talking about Linley, but the desolate land's demon Lord Rao. That kind of person would haggle over the smallest grievances. Yes, that's right. Without hesitation, Sakura nodded. Lin Rei is such a person. He relied on his own efforts to cultivate step by step from a small foreign world. No one can understand the hardships of the journey. No matter how dangerous the path ahead is, as long as Lin Rei encounters it, he will do everything to eliminate it. Of course, this is when facing enemies. Lin Rei will do such a crazy thing. Indeed, when facing friends, just like you, Lin Rei won't be like what I said just now. Instead, he will do as he pleases. With regards to Sakura's explanation to Lin Rei, Tianning had a rough understanding of Lin Rei. At the side, seeing Tianning keeping silent, Sakura thought that she had some thoughts about Lin Rei. He even thought that his words just now were a little abrupt. Sakura immediately explained, "Actually, Lin Rei isn't just like that. He is a very good person. Take me for example. I am the one he wanted. Moreover, the sword and the flute in my hand was once his weapon before he gave it to me." After speaking, the sword and the flute in Sakura's hand trembled slightly. A sword cry broke through the jade flute's restriction and resounded in the air. "Huh? What's going on?" Looking at the sword and the flute in his hand, Sakura was startled. His face was filled with puzzlement. It was his first time seeing the sword and the flute being out of control. Clap, clap. Just when Sakura and the others were silent, a clapping sound came from behind. Accompanying the clapping was a man's voice. "Haha, not bad. I didn't expect Sakura's evaluation of that person to be so pertinent." "Huh! Halt! Who are you?" Among Sakura and the other two, Rabbit's reaction was the fastest. He instantly appeared in front of Sakura and Tianning, protecting the two of them. Following that, an enormous killing intent burst out from his body. His voice was the complete opposite of Sakura's. At this moment, only coldness and killing intent could be heard from Rabbit's mouth. "You are the incarnation of slaughter?" Looking at the sudden appearance of Rabbit, the person who was clapping his hands was startled. He immediately asked, "You? Who exactly are you?" Seeing the person in front of him saw through his true form with a single glance, Rabbit felt as though his tail was clamped. He was furious and immediately flew into a rage. "Not bad. Such killing intent is indeed not something I can compare with." Feeling the killing intent from Rabbit, Lin Rei was startled. He immediately spoke. Who are you?" Looking at the mysterious person, Rabbit didn't recognize him. Of course, he also recognized the person who was clapping his hand. He was none other than Lin Rei. However, because he was afraid of trouble, he changed his appearance. Not only him, even the two women behind him also hid their appearance like Lin Rei. Therefore, Rabbit, who had seen Lin Rei's true appearance, didn't know that the person he was facing right now was Lin Rei, Sakura's true form. "Lin, don't say it. Let me see how strong she is first." Looking at Sakura, before he could open his mouth and reveal his identity, Lin Rei transmitted a message to him to remain silent. Is this okay?" Looking at Lin Rei, Sakura scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't expect that Lin Rei would have such a side to him. "It's fine. Don't worry." Knowing that Sakura wasn't assured, Lin Rei cast a reassuring glance at him. Then, he turned to Rabbit and said, "Little Rabbit, let me see what you're capable of. Let's see if you're stronger than me." "Great. I haven't eaten much along the way. I wonder if my strength will increase a little after eating you?" Sakura was helpless against Lin Rei's words, but he didn't dare to step forward and stop him. Seeing that the battle was about to start, Tianning, who pondered for a long time, revealed a smile and took a step forward to Rabbit's side. "What are you doing here? Hurry up and go back. I can feel that this guy is really strong." Looking at Tianning, Rabbit said sternly, "Yes, that's right. With the two of you together, it can be considered a complete kill." Seeing Tianning stepping forward, Lin Rei nodded. "But I don't know how powerful the two of you are when you join hands." Saying that, an incomparably powerful battle intent surged from his body. It was apparent how much he wanted to have a heart-wrenching battle. "Ha!" A chuckle escaped from Tianning's mouth. Then, she cupped her hands and bowed to Lin Rei. "Taoist Lin, since you're here, why don't you show your true face?" "Taoist Lin?" Rabbit, who was ready, heard Tianning's words, and her brain short-circuited. "Taoist Lin Rei." Ignoring Rabbit, Tianning said bluntly, "I wasn't sure at first. But it seems that Sakura's appearance is a little strange. Moreover, you revealed Sakura's identity as soon as you arrived." So, you must be the original Lin Ray that he mentioned. Silence. The smoke from the battle had faded away. Linley, who was brimming with battle intent, was instantly dispirited upon hearing Tian Ning reveal his identity. It was as though he was a man who couldn't resist the fire of lust and had his cold water vapor penetrated. Lin Ray, I didn't say that. She came out herself. At that moment, Sakura hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Tisk, boring." Looking at Tian Ning and Sakura, Lin Ray shook his head helplessly. "Originally, I wanted to fight with Sha Fa. I didn't expect you to be so smart to be able to reveal my true identity." Saying that, Lin Ray knew that he was exposed. He didn't hide it anymore and removed the disguise on his face, revealing his true face to the three of them. "Damn you! Chapter 943. Lin Ray's true appearance appeared in front of the rabbit. Having seen Lin Ray's true appearance before, the rabbit recognized him at a glance. Wasn't this the person who had communicated with Sakura back then? Inexplicably, a sense of foreboding welled up in her heart. At the same time, she understood that if they really fought, she would probably lose, just as Sakura had said. Of course, this was only her guess. Even if she didn't lose, she wouldn't win either. At most, it would be a draw. Hee. Lin Ray turned his head and glanced at the rabbit. Looking at him, he said with a smile, "You must be the Dubhe rabbit. You're very strong, and your murderous aura is not something that I can compare to. I admit that. Of course. Why don't you look at me?" Hearing this, the rabbit's heart skipped a beat and a proud expression appeared on his face. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Ray's voice appeared again. However, the meaning of his words this time was completely different from before. "Although your murderous aura is very strong, if you really go all out, you will die. You can deny this, but it's a fact." Lin Ray wouldn't lie about this. Just now, Lin Ray had a rough understanding of the Dubhe rabbit's situation. Of course, if it was the complete origin of the murderous aura, perhaps Lin Ray would be afraid. After all, the origin of the murderous aura had already surpassed that of a Dao fruit saint. At this moment, his full combat strength was at most comparable to a late-stage Dao fruit cultivator. As for a perfected Dao fruit saint, Lin Ray couldn't kill him, but he could escape from him. As for beyond that, he couldn't do anything. After all, his strength was limited and his realm was limited. He was sure that he could indeed enter the Saint realm. Even if he had just entered the Saint realm, a perfected Dao fruit saint was nothing in front of him. He wanted to refute on the spot. In any case, he was in existence with the origin of the murderous aura. Although he had been forced to split into two, he was still an existence that stood at the peak of the Dao. Now, he was being belittled by the person in front of him. "Lin Ray, that's enough. We've only just arrived, and I haven't even heard of your poisonous tongue. Can't we sit down and discuss what to do next?" At this moment, he understood that the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit was unhappy. Without waiting for the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit to speak, Sakura hurriedly spoke to Lin Ray. "You have to know why you came here this time. Space origin. Offending the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit like this, isn't it?" As he spoke, Indra blinked his eyes awkwardly. Linley chuckled at Sakura's reaction. Then, he turned to Tian Ning and chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be someone who values women over friends. Now that you have a wife, you've forgotten about a loyal comrade like me?" "You." Sakura understood what Lin Ray was referring to. Although she felt that Lin Ray's words were a little out of line, she couldn't help but sweep a glance at Tian Ning the instant she heard Lin Ray's words. Then, a blush surfaced on her cheeks. "Damn, it's over. The 1,000-year-old sago tree doesn't bloom. I didn't expect a big one to bloom. You're good. I admit defeat," Lin Ray said, and didn't forget to cup his fists to show that he was sincerely convinced. "You guys are." A crisp voice sounded from the side, awakening Lin Ray and Sakura from their telepathic communication. And nothing. The one who spoke wasn't anyone else but Tian Ning, whom Sakura admired. Sakura looked into Tian Ning's clear, clean eyes and realized that he had fallen in love with her to the point where he couldn't extricate himself. He didn't dare to look at her again as he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would do something overboard. He forcefully changed the topic, turned to Lin Ray and said, "Lin Ray, do you have any ideas about the space origin? After all, this is a chance for you to fight for a breakthrough." As soon as Sakura said this, everyone turned to him in unison with an expression that said, "Give me a solution." Lin Ray. Looking at everyone's gazes, Lin Ray wanted to say, "I don't." But for some unknown reason, the instant he blurted out this sentence, it went against what he wanted to say in his mind. "This matter is a secret. The most important thing for us now is to find the existence of the space origin. As long as I see it, I will have the ability to subdue it." As he spoke, Linley's heart felt weak, but the expression on his face was resolute. Just one or two expressions. Sakura, and the others believed in Lin Ray's words and didn't have any doubts. But at the same time, Tian Ning and the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit had the opposite thoughts. After all, they were existences that belonged to the 3000 Great Tao, so they were very clear about the strength of the space origin. Although they didn't know Lin Ray's strength that well, they knew that Lin Ray wasn't a match for the space origin. There was no doubt about it. Tian Ning didn't say anything in response to Linley's words, but the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit was different. Linley's actions had undoubtedly caused her to feel a trace of displeasure, so she was willing to give up such a good opportunity. "Overall, you're just bragging. I really don't know if you really have the strength or if you're completely helpless and can't say it for the sake of your reputation." Having his thoughts exposed, Linley stared blankly. A hint of red appeared on his face, but this blush only lasted for an instant before disappearing without a trace. No one noticed. Lin Ray undoubtedly wouldn't answer the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit's question. After all, she was right. He hadn't thought of a way to fight against the space origin. However, just because he couldn't deal with it didn't mean that others couldn't. Lin Ray's heart skipped a beat when he thought of the little dragon. He felt a little guilty, but when he thought of how he could enter the holy world faster after increasing his strength and help the little dragon find the materials to reconstruct its body, the guilt in Lin Ray's heart instantly vanished. No way. Can't you give me some peace and quiet? Within the system, the little dragon, who had sensed Lin Ray's thoughts, shuddered and exited from his cultivation. Raising his head to the skies, he muttered to himself helplessly, "Seriously, isn't it just a space origin? In my previous world, an origin like this is something that even the lowest level of cultivators could easily squish to death. To think that it would become a top-class existence here. This world has declined." Thinking of everything in this world, the system couldn't help but sigh. It's not that this world has declined. It's just that the cultivation civilization of this bitwall has declined. The system spoke up for once. This bitwall belongs to the outermost region of the entire bitwall. The spiritual energy here is thin. Even things like skills are so unsightly. How strong do you think there could be in a bitwall of this level? As for the host, our mission is to nurture him into an existence that surpasses everything. As long as he can complete the opening of Hongmeng and become a Hongmeng, then his mission here will be considered complete and come to an end. As for his cultivation state, as long as he can reach the level of the Great Tao, then he will know what happens next. You must understand this. Looking at the skies, he rolled his eyes. This was the first time he had heard the system speak so much. And the purpose was for the sake of the host, which was Lin Ray. However, towards the words of the system, Lin Ray was just grumbling. In reality, if Lin Ray were to really meet with danger, how could he not lend a helping hand? Seriously, I've got to strike again. The little bit of confidence that I've just recovered is going to be depleted once more. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was deep in the outside world, did not know that the system and the little dragon had been discussing about him for a long time. At this moment, Lin Rei only wanted to raise his strength as soon as possible. As for finding the space origin, he would have to act according to the situation. No one knew what would happen next. Therefore, Lin Rei could only take it one step at a time. There was no other way. This was the most suitable way. After all, his strength was limited. Let's not discuss this matter for now. Not wanting to linger on this matter any longer, Lin Rei raised his head and looked at Tianning. He asked for her advice. Miss Tianning, may I ask if you can accurately sense the location of the space origin? Oh, of course. It's fine if you don't have the exact location. It's fine as long as you can determine which region it is in. Lin Rei said with a look of longing. This. Tianning looked at Lin Rei. Looking at that look of anticipation, she was stunned. She wanted to reply, but she did not know how to. Not for other reasons. Even if it was her, she could not pinpoint the exact location of the space origin. Even if it was a region, it was impossible. Firstly, it was because the slaughter origin was split into two and did not have its initial strength. Secondly, it was because the space origin specialized in spatial arts. As long as it used its spatial arts, even Hong Jun, who had the support of 3,000 great Daos, would not be able to pinpoint the exact location of the space origin, let alone Tianning at her peak. Is that so? Tianning stammered with an evasive look. Needless to say, Lin Rei also understood what was going on. Of course, despite this, Lin Rei did not say anything. After all, they were facing the space origin. It's fine. Anyway, the information I received said that the space origin is in the depths of the Xianming Valley. As for whether the information is correct or not, we will only know after we go in and investigate. After saying that, he smiled indifferently and stopped talking. After all, the situation was already very awkward. If he continued talking, he was afraid that he would feel so awkward that he would want to commit suicide. No one spoke. Sacre Tianfei led the way in front. The few of them coincidentally agreed that it wasn't that they didn't want to talk, but that they didn't know how to start. The atmosphere was cold to the extreme. No one knew what to say or do. They just kept flying like this. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. The sky slowly darkened, and the atmosphere became even more oppressive. Look in front. Just when the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, a voice sounded from the front. The silence was broken by this voice. Everyone turned to the direction that the voice was pointing at. Up ahead, the lights of the past appeared. That was a city, an enormous city. Very, very large. This was the largest city Linley had ever seen, bar none. This city is, where is it? Why is it so huge? Moreover, there seems to be a huge array formation around it. This array formation is very powerful and mysterious. Where is this place? As soon as he had seen this city, Linley had sensed that it was different. Aside from being mysterious, the feeling this city gave him was that it was blurry. I don't know. We came here at the spur of the moment. As for where exactly, Dubhy Rabbit continued Lin Rei's words. However, she didn't say anything in the end because she didn't know where this place was. She also had the same feeling that Lin Rei felt. Sigh, who cares? Let's go in first. Anyway, we had the intention to go in before. Since we are here, why don't we go in and have a look? On the side, when Sakura saw Linley and Dubhy Rabbit's puzzlement, he rolled his eyes at the two of them in annoyance. Then, he opened his mouth to inform them. Without waiting for Linley and the others to speak, he took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When his figure appeared again, he was already in front of the mysterious city gate. Stone City. This city is quite interesting. Stone City. Could it be that this city was named this because it was built by piling up stones? Seeing the name of the city, Sakura sneered and started to interpret it subconsciously. What did you say? A sudden angry shout made Sakura come back to his senses from his interpretation. However, at this moment, he noticed that there were still 2 guards on the city gate tower. You too. Looking at them, Sakura's heart trembled. A light flashed across his eyes. When he came here just now, he obviously didn't feel anything, but now there were 2 living people in front of him. Of course, Sakura naturally wouldn't think that there was a problem with his divine sense or perception. So, there must be a problem with the 2 people in front of him. After all, he was still very confident in his own strength. Boy, what did you say just now? What does the name of my stone city have to do with you? Don't you know that trouble comes from the mouth and illness comes from the mouth? Sakura could clearly feel the attitude of the 2 people. They were angry. It could be seen that they cared a lot about the 2 words Stone City. Looking at the 2 people like this, Sakura knew that his invisible words might have poked the 2 people's reverse scale. He, who also had a reverse scale, understood this feeling. Both of you, I'm really sorry. Just now, my words were too offensive. I apologize here. After saying that, he cupped his hands and bowed. Not bad. I didn't expect that my clone would apologize to others. At this moment, seeing Sakura's action at this moment clearly from the rear, Lin Rei couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. It was the first time he saw Sakura standing up. That's right. I didn't expect that my husband's clone would. Not only Lin Rei, even Ing, who was at the side, was stunned when he saw Sakura's action. Let's go and take a look. Maybe something happened? Ignoring Lin Rei and the others, looking at Sakura's action, Tian Ning's heart skipped a beat. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, she took a step forward and rushed towards Sakura's location. Chapter 944. Sigh. This little lass. At this moment, Tian Ning looked just like a wife who was worried about her husband. Lin Rei and the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit exchanged looks and shook their heads helplessly. Let's go. Lin Rei shook his head helplessly and chased after Tian Ning. Lin Rei let out a bitter smile as everyone left. It seems like my clone has found his happiness this time. But his gaze fell on Tian Ning. This little lass seems to have a good impression of my clone. Although her original form is the slaughter origin, it's fine as long as my clone likes her. Lin Rei smiled and beckoned to his wife before chasing after Tian Ning. Although he didn't need to worry about them, this place was strange after all. This was the first time Lin Rei had seen such a strange city. At the entrance of the stone city, Sakura, who was in a stalemate, felt helpless. He didn't expect that he would be overheard for the first time. However, it was precisely because of this that those 2 people appeared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that there were people here. At the same time, this also reflected the strength of this city. Any one of the guards at the city gate could make him unable to detect a trace of chi. Then what about the big shots inside? What about the city lord? What about them? Sakura couldn't help but get excited. After all, if there were such powerful beings, he could seek advice from them. What happened? Just as Sakura was fantasizing about seeking advice after entering the city, Tian Ning's voice rang in his ears. Sakura abruptly withdrew from his fantasy. He turned around and looked at Tian Ning with an awkward smile. I accidentally said something wrong and someone overheard it. Now, it seems like they won't let us enter the city. You? The Heavenly Pivot Rabbit who followed Sakura stared blankly at him. She wanted to speak, but didn't know what else to say. Sigh. She let out a sigh and retreated to the side in silence. The scene was extremely awkward. The 2 guards stared at Sakura with hatred in their eyes, as if he had done something that was intolerable to the heavens and the people. The 2 of you, I don't know how my brother offended you, but no matter what, I apologize on his behalf. As he spoke, a bottle of pills appeared in his hand. He opened the lid and a vigorous vitality leaked out from within. The vitality contained an irresistible fragrance. Lin Ray believed that even if an ultimate god saw it, he would love it so much that he would treat it as if it was his own life. He would even disregard the ultimate god's dignity and fight for it. However, the scene that Lin Ray imagined didn't happen. The two guards looked at the pill in Lin Ray's hand without a trace of fluctuation in their expressions, let alone greed. It was as if the pill in Lin Ray's hand was a pile of feces. It didn't arouse their desire at all. How could this be? What went wrong? Noticing that the two of them were not moved by this, Lin Ray was stunned. The scene he had imagined did not appear, and he was very confused about this. According to common sense, this kind of medicinal pill of his was very easy to use, and it was impossible that no one would be indifferent about it. But the two people in front of him, just when Lin Ray was at his wit's end, the little dragon's voice came. "All right, Lin Ray, you don't have to waste your energy. These two people don't have the slightest breath of life in their bodies, so your medicinal pill is useless to them." What? No breath of life? Lin Ray seemed to have heard something incredible. He was stunned and his pupils were waiting. He looked at the two guards with an incredulous expression. Yes, there are no signs of life. Understanding Lin Ray's doubts, the little dragon continued, "So, let me ask you, what do you think a thing without any signs of life will do to a medicinal pill full of vitality?" He understood the little dragon's meaning very well. If a person without any breath of life was faced with a medicinal pill full of vitality, it could be said that there was no temptation at all because they didn't need this kind of vitality, and even disdained it. However, how could a person, a living person without any signs of life, be able to stand in front of them alive? This made Lin Ray unable to understand. Moreover, this kind of situation had never happened before, whether it was in the God realm, the immortal realm, or the mortal realm. On the side, the heavenly pivot rabbit felt the violent fluctuations in Lin Ray's body. Coupled with the complicated changes in Lin Ray's expression, she understood that this matter was not simple. At the same time, she was drooling over the pill in Linley's hand. Although she didn't need something like life force, the fragrance of the pill made her want to eat it. She couldn't help but want to rush up and swallow it to satisfy her appetite. Phew! The little dragon appeared in front of Lin Ray and turned to look at the construction of the stone city. He sank into deep thought, as if he was trying to figure out something, but also as if there was something he didn't understand. His face was grave and his brows were tightly knitted together. It was Lin Ray's first time seeing the little dragon's current appearance. "How is it, Linley? Regarding this matter, At this moment, looking at the constantly changing expression on Linley's face, Sakura, who was by the side, opened his mouth and asked Linley. Perhaps because he felt that this matter was caused by him, his tone was much weaker. "It's nothing." As Sakura's original body, Lin Ray could feel the guilt in his heart. "This matter is far more complicated than you think." Did something happen? He knew Lin Ray's temper very well. He knew that Lin Ray wouldn't lie, so, yes. Looking at Sakura, Lin Ray nodded and transmitted his voice. "Did you not sense their aura just now?" "Yes, how could I?" Hearing Lin Ray's question, Sakura didn't even think and directly replied, "Indeed, I didn't sense their aura just now, so, it's not that you didn't sense it, but they didn't have the slightest sign of life." Without waiting for Sakura to finish his words, Lin Ray continued, "Let's put it this way. Even if it's a soul, it will have signs of life, but this thing doesn't have the slightest sign of life. So, it's normal that you didn't sense it. Don't take it to heart." Moreover, as he spoke, he turned to look at the stone city. "I feel that this city isn't simple. The array on it is very powerful. I have never seen or even heard of this kind of array before." Listening to Lin Ray's message, Sakura's brain couldn't handle it. This was the first time he saw this kind of situation. Just like Lin Ray, he was stunned on the spot. Alas! It seems that we have encountered a very troublesome matter this time. Sighing, Lin Ray didn't speak anymore. He looked at the little dragon. He was waiting for the message from the little dragon. In the central area of the stone city there was a very powerful courtyard. The scenery inside was pretty good. There were mountains, rivers, and forests. And in the center of this courtyard there was a very gorgeous and generous layout. It made people feel very comfortable. Interesting, I didn't expect that people would come to my stone city. In the room, a middle-aged man had a smile on his face. He held a cup of tea and slowly brought it to his mouth. Fort Lord, how about this subordinate go and send them away? After all, you are trying to break through now. If you are disturbed by them, then… At this moment, a voice came from the door. No need. Hearing the voice coming from the door, the man raised his hand to stop it. Although the person outside couldn't see, the man seemed to be used to this kind of action. It has been a long time since someone came to our stone city. Now that these people are here, it's good to add some life to our city. Moreover, the person in the lead is holding a pill. If I'm not wrong, that thing's grade is very good. It can be said that it doesn't exist in the entire God realm. What? So strong? Understanding the man's words, a cry of surprise came from outside the door. Yes. So strong, if he can refine that kind of pill, maybe. As he spoke, the man seemed to have thought of something possible. His eyes instantly became wet. If the man didn't try to control his tears, he would have been unable to stop them from flowing down. Fort Lord, you must think of a way to solve this matter. Understanding the man's meaning, the voice at the door became even more urgent. If that person can really help, then the matter of our stone city having no signs of life can be completely solved. At that time, breaking through to the Saint realm will be even easier. I hope so. Hearing the words from the door, the man closed his eyes. A smile appeared on his face, but at the same time, there was a hint of bitterness under this smile. He understood that if this matter was successful, then their stone city would return to its former glory. But if it wasn't successful, then, as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He didn't want to speak of this matter. He understood that if it was not successful in the end, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to everyone in the stone city. As the fort lord of the entire stone city, he didn't want to see this happen. On the city gate tower, Lin Ray didn't know that their actions had long been noticed by the people in the stone city. Moreover, they were being monitored right under their noses. What they were doing was also clear to the other party at a glance. Why haven't you looked at it yet? Could it be that even the little dragon can't be used this time? Seeing that the little dragon was still silent, Lin Ray was anxious. 2 hours had passed. It was reasonable to say that the little dragon wouldn't use the needle for a long time. The longer it took, the harder it would be to deal with this matter. It might even be impossible. However, just as Lin Ray was feeling disappointed, the little dragon's voice echoed in Lin Ray's mind. Kid, do you have so little confidence in me? You're awake? No, you're peeking at my heart again. You. Lin Ray was delighted that the little dragon had awakened. Then, he realized that something was amiss. His expression changed, and he wanted to step forward and argue with it. Sure. If you don't want to know why these people don't have any signs of life, fine. Come at me. I won't retaliate. Seeing that Lin Ray was about to settle scores, the little dragon was taken aback. Then, it spread its arms out shamelessly as though it was ready to be trampled on. Damn, it's only been a few days and you've become even more shameless. Compared to the little dragon peeking at his heart, he was more interested in knowing why these 2 guards didn't have any signs of life. That's more like it. Seeing that Lin Ray was silent, the little dragon smiled and explained. Actually, these people weren't born without any signs of life. It's just that there's something wrong with the magical formation of this city that caused their vitality to fade away. Hearing the little dragon's explanation, Lin Rei frowned. That's not right. Since their vitality has faded away, why didn't they die? Besides, aren't they standing there alive? Apart from their lack of vitality, nothing else has changed. I can feel that they can still devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves and strengthen their cultivation. It's all thanks to this magical formation. Understanding Lin Rei's doubts, the little dragon said, actually, apart from the fact that this magical formation can drain vitality, its greatest effect is that after the people's vitality completely vanishes, they won't die and can still live like normal people. They've been living here for a long time. I guess they've already forgotten what it feels like to have vitality. Hearing the little dragon's explanation, Lin Rei fell into silence. Especially after hearing the effects of this magical formation, he was even more shocked. Not only was he shocked by the magical formation, but he was even more shocked by the person who set it up. To be able to set up such a shameless and powerful magical formation, how perverted must the person be to be able to do such an outrageous thing? Looking at Lin Rei's silence, the little dragon stretched its body and yawned. All right, you're clear about the matter now. Since there's nothing else for me to do, I'll go back first. Lin Rei came back to his senses and wanted to say something, but when he turned his head, the little dragon was already nowhere to be seen. This damn little dragon, it actually left without listening to me. Really? Looking at the direction where the little dragon left, Lin Rei couldn't help but grumble. How is it? Is there any progress? At this moment, Sakura's voice sounded, pulling Lin Rei back from his grumbling about the little dragon. Looking up, not only Sakura, but also Tian Ning and the Dubhy Rabbit were looking at him with expectant gazes as though they were waiting for him to give an answer. Actually, it would be a lie if I said no. What? Hurry up and say it. What's the matter with them? I was stunned when Sakura told me. The Dubhy Rabbit heard Lin Rei's words and asked immediately. Lin Rei smiled at the eager look on her face. You guys have also sensed it. This city is a magical formation, but the person who set it up isn't particularly nice. Magical formation? Upon hearing Lin Rei's words, everyone knitted their brows. The Dubhy Rabbit was puzzled. What does their lack of vitality have to do with the magical formation? Yeah, I've never heard of a magical formation that can take away a person's vitality and still allow them to live. Yeah, look at them. Other than their lack of vitality, nothing else has changed. Is this something that a magical formation can do? At this moment, everyone started to explain their doubts. Unfortunately, Lin Rei didn't know how to answer their questions because he had never heard of it before. If it wasn't for the little dragon, he probably wouldn't know the use and power of this magical formation. Chapter 945. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Lin Rei was stunned and couldn't say anything. Lin Rei also wanted to know the answer to their question, but how could he know the strangeness of this array formation? With his current cultivation level, he could only see the circulation path of this array formation. If he wanted to know the true purpose of this array formation and try to decipher it, he would need an astronomical amount of time. Based on Linley's estimation, given his current level of understanding in the Tao of formations, he would need to at least reach the 9th stage of the Martial Saint level to be able to break through this formation. And in this period of time, he would need at least 1,000 or even 10,000 years. And now, the time that the system gave him was almost up. If he didn't enter the sacred realm within 400 years, he would lose his life. By then, it would be impossible for him to master the array formation, let alone decipher the array formation. Let's go in first. Let's see the situation in this city first. Facing everyone's expectant gaze, Lin Rei felt bitter in his heart and changed the topic. Now that the city is like this in front of these two people, It's imaginable what's inside the city. But this city is here. Why didn't anyone come here? Lin Rei thought about this question for a long time, but he couldn't understand. Logically speaking, such a huge city should be very famous in the divine realm. But after being in the divine realm for so many years, he had never heard of such a huge and majestic city like this stone city. Agreed, Heavenly Pivot Rabbit said. She was also very curious about this place. After all, as an existence at the peak of Tao, she had never seen such a strange thing. Now that such a thing happened in front of her, the curiosity in her heart naturally emerged uncontrollably. Seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, Lin Rei nodded in response. He turned to look at the two guards and said, "Both of you, we want to enter the city. Can you make way for us?" As the saying goes, try peaceful means before resorting to force. If he didn't resort to force directly, then it wouldn't be justifiable. Moreover, Lin Rei believed that he was a person who knew etiquette and manners. When the two guards saw that Lin Rei was so polite, their resentment towards Di Shi Tian disappeared. However, knowing the situation within the city, he quickly turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Fellow Taoist, it's not that we don't want you to enter, but it's just that our city is a bit strange. Anyone who enters will have their lifetimes sucked dry. In the end, they will become like us, a person who is neither dead nor alive." A hint of sadness appeared in their eyes. Although they said in their hearts that they did not care, after all, who did not want to become a living person and not be treated as a monster by others. Looking at the two of them, Lin Rei was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know the situation in this city." Moreover, Linley turned his head and glanced at the people behind him before continuing, "Don't underestimate us. Even the weakest among us is a mid-stage ultimate god. Besides, we're just going in to take a look. It won't take too long. Don't worry." This. Looking at the confident faces of Lin Rei and the others, the two guards pondered. In their hearts, they did not want to let Lin Rei and the others in front of them enter. After all, they knew in their hearts that this was their city. Moreover, they felt that they were already like this. They did not want others to become like them. However, Lin Rei and the others were determined. The two of them were helpless. After pondering for a moment, they finally shook their heads helplessly. "Since you're so determined, we won't stop you." "Thank you very much." Seeing that the two of them agreed, Lin Rei and the others were moved. "You're welcome. However, I still want to give you a piece of advice. If you feel that something is wrong, quickly leave the city. Otherwise, we can't guarantee the consequences." Lin Rei understood the two's worries. He cast a grateful look at them and nodded. "Understood. We'll remember your words. Don't worry. If there's any sudden situation in the city, we'll leave in time. We won't force ourselves." Seeing that Lin Rei had agreed, the two of them did not say anything else. They each took a step back and made an inviting gesture. "Please." "Thank you." After thanking the two of them once more, he stepped into the city. As for Tian Ning and the others, they followed behind Linley. However, when Sakura passed by the two guards, he stopped and clasped his hands towards them. "Many thanks to the two of you." After saying that, he did not look back and caught up with Lin Rei and walked side by side. Whoosh. The moment Linley stepped through the city gates, a powerful gust of wind blew out from within the city without any warning. The wind was extremely strong, and if it weren't for the fact that Linley's eyes and hands were nimble and his mental energy was online, he probably would have been caught off guard. Of course, this was attributed to their strength. Otherwise, they would not have been so safe. If they were stronger, they would have been blown out of the 9 heavens. The wind here is so strong. There's even a trace of wind origin power mixed in. Feeling the strong wind blowing against her body, the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit was stunned and laughed. When Tian Ning heard the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit's words, she closed her eyes and carefully sensed it. She nodded and said, "That's right. There is indeed a trace of wind origin power. It's just weak and undetectable. Yes, it's quite weak. Otherwise, let alone moving forward, we'd be lucky if we didn't get killed. A smile appeared on the heavenly pivot rabbit's face, as if she thought of something happy. All right, don't think about it. Since we've already escaped, let's not think about those useless things. Tian Ning, who was connected to the heavenly pivot rabbit, understood her thoughts. If we meet again, I'm afraid we'll be on the opposite side of the wind devil. When that time comes, don't show any mercy. Otherwise, we'll be the ones to die in the end. Do you understand? Looking at Tian Ning, a touch of sadness appeared and nodded in agreement. The atmosphere was stirred up by the Dubhy rabbit's melancholy. Linley frowned and immediately broke the atmosphere. I say, can we leave now? Do you think it's too hot and want to stay here to cool off? As soon as this sentence came out, everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Ray with strange gazes. Among them, the strange gazes of the two women were especially obvious. After following Lin Ray for so many years, this was the first time they heard him speak like this. Although they weren't used to it, they liked Lin Ray very much. After all, no one was like their husband who kept a straight face every day. Why are you looking at me? Seeing everyone looking at him like this, he felt uncomfortable for a moment. Let's go. After saying that, he turned around and rushed forward. Although the wind was very strong and even had a feeling that it wanted to blow people away, Lin Ray didn't care about that at this moment. He just wanted to leave the strange gazes of everyone as soon as possible. Oh, it seems that I'll have to help Lin Ray more in the future. I didn't expect that there would be a day when he would speak like this. Looking at Lin Ray's back, Film Emperor Shirtian smiled and said. Hearing Film Emperor's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Even the heavenly pivot rabbit nodded in agreement. During this period of time, he understood everyone's thoughts very well. Let's go quickly. Looking at her husband's back becoming more and more blurred, Ing became anxious. After informing everyone, she quickly chased after the place where Lin Ray disappeared. Whoosh! At this moment, at the city gate, a blurred figure stood out from the fierce wind. The moment that figure's foot completely stepped into the city, the strong wind instantly disappeared. What the F***ck? This damn wind can't be caused by the array, right? Feeling the warmth of the wind in the city, Lin Ray was startled. Looking back, there was nothing behind him. It looked like an ordinary passage. In order to confirm his thoughts, he turned around and stepped out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind appeared from every direction. Linley could feel the wind battering his body, but he couldn't sense where this gust of wind was coming from. It seems that this array is more powerful than I thought. If I can completely solve it, then will my array skills enter a new height? Lin Ray didn't dare to imagine, but he knew that this was only her wishful thinking. With the time he had left, it was impossible for her to do something that made him so excited. Alas! Understanding his time, he couldn't help but sigh. A touch of loneliness appeared on his face. Not only did he feel that his life was not free, but he also felt that it was a pity that he couldn't solve this powerful array in front of him. Whoosh! Two voices rang out from behind Linley. Shadow and Ice had just escaped from the wind generated by the formation. Raising her head, she saw her husband. Without saying a word, the two of them rushed forward and took Linley's hands into their own, not letting go. Humph, stinky husband, you left us again. Yes, you don't know how worried sister and I were about you. It's like this every time, really. This. Being pulled back by the two women's words, he smiled awkwardly and apologized. This, that. Looking at their husband's deflated appearance, Ing and Bing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh, okay, don't say this and that. We forgive you this time, but don't do this next time. Yes. Speaking, the two women held Lin Ray's hands more tightly. It was as if they let go, Lin Ray would leave them. Alas! Feeling the nervous attitude of his two wives, Lin Ray smiled apologetically and then nodded. Turning his hands, he held the two women's hands and walked forward. Facing Lin Ray's action, the two women's cheeks blushed. The original strong attitude disappeared and was replaced by the attitude of a little woman. The three of them walked forward. As for the three people behind them, Lin Ray seemed to have forgotten about them. The three of them walked together. When they first entered the city, there were few people. It could even be said that they didn't meet anyone at all. But the more they walked, the more people gradually appeared. There's still no vitality. Looking at the figures that appeared, Lin Ray released his divine sense to investigate them. The result was the same as the gatekeeper. There was no vitality, but they were still living like normal people. It seems that the whole city is like this. Looking at the bustling figures, Ing said. It's too pitiful. Who on earth is so crazy? If it's really like what you said, then, shoo. Looking at Bing, Lin Ray quickly shushed him. His face was very serious. Don't say such things now. ? Feeling the dignified face of their husband, the two women were full of doubts. To be able to arrange such a powerful array, the strength of the person who arranged it can be imagined. Although I think I'm confident in my own strength, I'm not sure about such a strong person, so, with that, he looked at the two women with a dignified expression and continued. So, when I don't have the ability to protect you here, try not to say anything unnecessary. Understanding their husband's meaning, for a moment, the two women nodded repeatedly. We understand. Husband, don't worry. And that's good. Seeing the two women agree, Lin Ray guiltily promised. Don't worry. This situation won't happen for too long. Soon, I will have a breakthrough in my cultivation. At that time, Mo will have the strength to protect you and not let you receive the slightest bit of harm. Understood. We believe in you. At this moment, other than happiness, the two women felt nothing but happiness. Outsiders? Foreign clansmen have actually appeared. Heavens, they actually dared to come here? Sigh. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since outsiders appeared. At this moment, they dare to. At this moment, the natives of Stone City noticed Lin Ray's group. One person spoke, and then the other one spoke, one after another. However, in their words there was shock, surprise, regret, and fear. They understood the price of entering Stone City. They were different. These outsiders were the same as them. They were afraid. In the past, there were outsiders who came here frequently. However, those who set foot in Stone City ended up dead. For some reason, when outsiders entered the Stone City, their life force would disappear just like the people here. However, the only difference between them and the natives was that after the outsiders' life force disappeared, they would not become like the native. Instead, they would die directly. Even their divine souls would collapse the moment the outsiders died. In the end, he would die and his Tao would vanish. That person would no longer exist in this world. There would not even be a cycle of reincarnation. Hello. Being awakened by the surrounding natives, Lin Ray raised his head and greeted them with a smile. Young man, you should leave quickly. At this moment, an old man walked over from afar. He ignored Lin Ray's greeting and said, Young man, we are in an ominous place. There is only one end for outsiders who enter this place, and that is death. It's been so many years. Even though there are very few outsiders, and it can even be said that there are no more, we still remember what happened back then. In the end, even when they died, they never thought that this city would bring such great fear to them. That's right. Hearing the old man's words, everyone lowered their heads as a trace of sadness appeared on their faces. This is something we don't want to see. This place has been cursed, and any outsider who comes in will only die. Hurry up and leave. Chapter 946. Lin Ray and the other two heard every single word that the Aborigines said. From their words, Lin Rei could hear sadness, sorrow, pain, and unwillingness. It was Lin Rei's first time hearing such complicated emotions. He understood the sadness and pain of these people. Husband. Looking at the aborigines around her, a glint of tears flashed in her eyes. Her heart softened. She wanted to help them, but she knew her own strength. The only hope was her husband. Husband, why don't you see if you can save them? Bing quickly said, look at these people. They are so pitiful. They can't come in contact with people from the outside world. They can't even enter this place to pick up people. Their lives are too. Alright, stop talking. Before Bing could finish, Lin Rei quickly stopped him. To be honest, he also wanted to help. He also wanted to help the people here, but he couldn't do it. He thought that his time was limited. If he accepted this matter, only death would await him. In comparison, Lin Rei cherished his own life more. He had people he wanted to protect, so he couldn't say anything. On the other side, Bing, who was stopped by Lin Rei, looked wronged. He didn't understand why Lin Rei was like this. Don't talk about this matter anymore. Do you understand? Lin Rei didn't want to explain anymore. If he told them about his situation, Bing and the others would be more worried. This was not something he wanted to see. He turned his head to look at the aborigines and asked, everyone, we are just passing by. We are here to stay for the night. Tomorrow we will leave. To reassure them, Lin Rei continued, you don't have to worry about us. Our vitality is very strong. There won't be any problems staying here for one night. You can rest assured. Boom. In order to make the natives believe him, Linley hurriedly released all of his cultivation base. He had the cultivation base of a mid-stage godly exalt and the combat power of a Tao fruit saint. At this moment, Linley held nothing back. Huff huff, waves of energy appeared out of nowhere. The moment Lin Rei released his cultivation, they turned into powerful gusts of wind and pressure, once again suppressing the natives here. Plop, plop. In the instant that Linley unleashed his power, apart from Chu Ying and Bing, the rest of the natives of the city were forced to kneel on the ground, unable to control themselves. Some of the weaker ones were even lying on the ground. Their appearances were strange, and they were sprawled on the ground with their limbs spread out. The scene was extremely comical. Outsider, hurry up and retract your cultivation. Some people here can't take it. Hurry up, or they will be suppressed to death by your pressure. A voice filled with majesty came from afar. From the voice, one could tell that this person was someone who had always been in a high position. There was a commanding tone in his voice. Lin Rei frowned when he heard this voice. He was very unhappy, but in the end, he still listened to the mysterious voice and retracted his cultivation. In an instant, the strong gusts of wind disappeared the moment Lin Rei retracted his cultivation. The pressure also turned into nothingness in an instant. The natives who were originally suppressed to the critical point felt their bodies lighten, and their breathing instantly became smooth when they felt the pressure disappear. Cough, cough. The sound of coughing resounded throughout the entire place. After regaining his senses, Lin Rei looked at the miserable faces of the people around him and was stunned for a moment. He then revealed an apologetic expression. Originally, he just wanted to prove himself. Who knew that he forgot that these people's cultivation was too weak? They couldn't withstand his pressure at all. Whoosh! As soon as the sound of something breaking through the air was heard, Lin Rei, who sensed it, raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Looking over, a plainly dressed middle-aged man appeared in front of Lin Rei and the others. However, the middle-aged man didn't greet Lin Rei when he arrived. Instead, he squatted down and began to check on the natives who were suppressed by Lin Rei and didn't get up. Seeing him like this, Lin Rei was startled. Although he was very unhappy, he knew that he didn't handle this matter properly, so he didn't say anything about it. Time slowly passed. Lin Rei just stood there and watched as the middle-aged man busied himself without stopping for a moment. During this process, Sakura, Tian Ning, and the heavenly pivot rabbit finally sighed. After understanding the situation, everyone couldn't help but give Lin Ray a thumbs up. Finally, the middle-aged man rescued the last native. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally relaxed. It's finally over. This is great. Although they are injured, they are only minor injuries. He stood up and said to himself. Then, he turned to look at Lin Ray and the others. Fellow Taoist, you came from afar. I don't know what made you so angry that you actually injured these natives with low cultivation. Looking at the middle-aged man's question, Lin Ray subconsciously wanted to explain. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he stopped. That's not right. Who are you? Why should I explain to you? Also, I didn't make a move. I just wanted to prove that I can stay here for a night without any problems. That's why I released my cultivation to prove it. As he spoke, he revealed a trace of embarrassment. His tone was clearly weaker than before. However, I didn't hold back for a moment. The cultivation I released was a bit strong and I didn't control the range well, so, at the side, before Lin Ray finished his sentence, the heavenly pivot rabbit couldn't help but mock Lin Ray. It's fine if you're weak. You still have the cheek to find such an excuse. How shameless! Really, Lin Ray, what should I say about you? There are many ways to make others prove themselves. You actually used the stupidest method. You! Upon hearing the heavenly pivot rabbit's words, Lin Ray was instantly enraged. He couldn't care less about the middle-aged man beside him. He immediately let loose and started to bicker with the heavenly pivot rabbit. Originally, there were only a few onlookers. However, as the two of them became more and more aggressive, more and more onlookers gathered around them. Finally, when the whole street was crowded with people, Ing and the others realized that the two of them were fighting against each other. They were fighting against each other. Husband, stop fooling around. Everyone is watching. Upon seeing the crowd, Ing hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Rabbit, stop fooling around. It's embarrassing. Tian Ning and Ing stepped forward to stop them at the same time. Lin Ray. After recovering from his dissatisfaction, Lin Ray turned to look at the surrounding situation and was instantly startled. He didn't expect that there weren't that many people just now. But now there were so many of them. Looking at the crowd around them, the two of them chose to remain silent. Thinking about what he had done just now, Lin Ray was stunned and blushed with shame. I didn't expect that after cultivating for so many years, I would still be so worried. Just like a shrew cursing on the street. Thinking back to what he had just done, Linley couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. TSK. After glaring at Lin Ray, the heavenly pivot rabbit retreated to the side and stopped talking. The scene fell into an extremely awkward situation. No one knew what to say. The crowd hadn't seen outsiders for a long time. Now that they saw them, would they leave? The answer was, of course, impossible. For them, who had been trapped here all year round, naturally, they wouldn't leave so easily. Fellow Taoist, I wonder if you can come to my residence for a seat? At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke and broke the awkward situation. In this regard, Sakura and the others cast a grateful look at him. Your residence? Looking up at the middle-aged man, Lin Ray frowned and was full of doubts. Yes, oh yes, I forgot to introduce myself. Understanding Lin Ray's doubts, the man quickly said, I'm Shi Long, the Fort Lord of this stone city. Well, it can be said that this Fort Lord is equivalent to the city lords of other cities in the outside world. Fort Lord Shi Long. Looking at Shi Long, Linley revealed a smile. Castle Lord, I wonder what's the matter. You see, I'm only going to stay here for one night. We'll leave tomorrow. Therefore, I'm in a hurry. If there's nothing urgent, we'll leave happily. After saying that, Lin Ray turned around and intended to leave. As for Shi Long's invitation, he didn't think it was a good thing. As the saying goes, there must be a demon in abnormal things. Just now, He had treated the Aborigines here so badly, but this Long could still invite him so calmly. Either this Long had something to ask of him, or this Long had a deep heart. Either way, Lin Ray wouldn't go. After all, his time was limited and he didn't want to waste it on meaningless things. Lin Ray replied. He really didn't expect this. He originally thought it would be easy. Turning his head to look at the crowd, Long hesitated. He didn't want to announce that matter so soon. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He didn't want to reignite everyone's hope because of this matter and then be destroyed because of failure. What? If there is nothing else, we will leave first. After saying that, Lin Ray turned around and walked towards the depths of the stone city. On the other hand, he knew that Long wouldn't give up if that matter was really important. Wait, fellow Taoist, please wait. Sure enough, when Lin Ray was about to leave the crowd, Long called out to Lin Ray and the others. Long trotted all the way to Lin Ray's side. He glanced at the crowd and then transmitted his voice to Lin Ray. To be honest, fellow Taoist must have some understanding of the situation of my stone city. What do you think? Hearing this, a bad premonition surged in his heart. However, he still responded, it's lifeless. Although you guys are among them, but... Moreover, I don't think an ordinary person can set up such a powerful formation. Moreover, when I entered the city, I checked and found that no one has been here for a long time. I am very puzzled about this. Logically speaking, it is impossible for no one to come to such a huge city. Oh, fellow Taoist is really clear. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Long was stunned and smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist, you are right. Our entire city can be said to be a huge formation. Moreover, the person who arranged the formation is very powerful. As for the long time no one has come here, is it because not everyone can come here? What? What do you mean? Lin Ray didn't quite understand what Long meant. What did he mean by not everyone can come here? He was a little confused. Seeing the puzzled look on Linley's face, Long began to explain. Actually, it's very simple. This city of ours is a floating city within the deity realm. You might not believe me, but every so often, our stone city will disappear, then reappear in a random corner of the deity realm. But even so, no one will come here, because they don't dare. They are afraid. Afraid? What? Lin Ray's interest was piqued, especially when he heard that this huge city could move. He understood that this might be the effect of the formation. Our city is not alive. It can be said to be a dead city. Moreover, this city can choose who to let in. Let's put it this way. As long as the city doesn't like you, you can't enter even if you want to. If you force your way in, the formation will be activated. The original trapping formation will immediately transform into a killing formation to kill the intruder. With that, Long cast a reassuring look and continued, similarly, if the city recognizes someone, he can enter without any hindrance. Obviously, you are the people chosen by the city. That is why you are here. Damn, there is such a formation? At this moment, other than shock, Lin Ray didn't have anything else. He knew about formations, but he didn't know about such a powerful formation. He really didn't understand why such a powerful formation would appear in this place. At the same time, after listening to Long's description of the formation, he understood that he had underestimated the formation. At the same time, he recalculated the time needed to break this formation. Originally, he thought that it would be possible to break it in 1,000 to 10,000 years. However, Lin Ray didn't think so. Let alone 10,000 years, even 100,000 years would be difficult to break. Sigh. A sorrowful expression appeared. This matter is the pain of our entire stone city. Originally, we had already given up. However, after your arrival, I suddenly have a feeling that we are not completely without hope. You? What do you mean? Feeling Long's scorching gaze, Lin Ray's heart jumped. That bad premonition was getting more and more intense. He had even guessed it. Plop. Suddenly, under everyone's gazes, Sure Long, who suddenly appeared, directly knelt on the ground. He transmitted his voice to Lin Rei. Although these words are somewhat abrupt, I still beg you to save the lives of the millions of people in our stone city. Although we can still survive in this state, those people in the divine realm see us as aliens. We are even more abandoned by them. We have had enough of this kind of life. Perhaps because he was too emotional, Sure Long's tears flowed down his face. Snot and tears flowed down his face. The scene was extremely comical. Who doesn't want to live under the sun? Who wants to be treated as a rat crossing the street? This. Seeing Sure Long's crying appearance, Lin Rei subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, when the words of refusal reached his mouth, it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Those words of refusal that he wanted to say couldn't come out. I beg you. Saying that, Sure Long continuously kowtowed to Lin Rei. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. The lives of the millions of people in Stone City are all counting on you. Chapter 947. A dignified lord of a city was kneeling in front of a stranger who he didn't even know if he could save his people. Ordinary people didn't have this kind of courage and magnanimity. However, Lin Rei couldn't save them just because of this. It wasn't that he didn't want to save them, but that he couldn't. He wasn't a bodhisattva, let alone a tendo. He couldn't be selfless and sacrifice himself for others. In the face of death, he was still himself. He was also human. Death was something he was born with. More importantly, if he was gone, what would happen to the Xuanzong sect? What would happen to his family and brothers? If he was gone, would those sects, forces, and holy lands that he had offended in the past make a move against his family and brothers? More importantly, if he rose, would those battle generals he summoned disappear and leave with his death? Linley had no choice but to take these uncertain factors into consideration. Looking at Sure Long kneeling in front of him, Lin Rei was also suffering. He also wanted to help, but fate made fools of people. Alas! Looking up at Sure Long, Lin Rei sighed. His face was full of depression and helplessness. I'm really sorry. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that the formation here is too powerful. Moreover, I don't have the ability to save you now. Of course, all of you might also know that the person who set up this formation is extremely powerful. I presume that his strength and influence are also extremely shocking. If I were to act rashly, it would not only be a provocation to that person or that force, it would also be a threat to my life and the people around me. So, sorry, I don't have the ability. After listening to Lin Rei's long speech, the final result was that he didn't have the ability. Sure Long, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled and lost all his strength. His body went soft and fell backward. No way, no way. Why is it like this? It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Why is it like this? Perhaps it was because of that sentence. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Perhaps he had told Lin Rei everything from the very beginning, so when he heard that Lin Rei had no solution, he despaired. What a cold-blooded and heartless person. He clearly has a way, yet he's willing to leave him in the lurch. Public morals are truly degenerating with each passing day. Yes, I agree with you. The heavenly pivot rabbit's voice sounded, and Tian Ning quickly chimed in, You clearly have a way, yet you're making it sound so dignified. As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-storied pagoda. You're not worthy of being a cultivator. These words came out of nowhere, leaving Linley speechless. He really hadn't expected that someone who was born to kill would actually be discussing with him how to save people, and would even occasionally berate him for it. If Hong Jun saw this scene, he would probably be stunned. Not only him, but even Lin Rei was shocked. Husband, you really have a way? Ing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke, her expression full of expectation. Husband, I think what the heavenly pivot rabbit said is somewhat reasonable. If you really have a way, then save the people here. Look at them, how pitiful they are. You. Seeing that they were all saying this, Lin Ray was really suffering in silence at this moment. He could not voice out his bitterness. Facing his two wives' words, Lin Ray really did not want to refuse, but with his current strength, he really had no way. Lin Ray, you. Alright. Seeing that Sakura was about to speak, Lin Ray did not wait for him to speak and interrupted him. I say, don't make a mess here. Don't tell me you don't have any idea of my insignificant strength? As he spoke, he directly threw a supercilious look at Sakura. Do you really think that this array can be broken by my current strength? Naive, too naive. What about in the future? Looking at Lin Ray, Sakura opened his mouth and said, although you can't do it now, it doesn't mean that you can't do it in the future. Just now you said that you can't do it now. That means that you will definitely be able to do it in the future, right? Sakura's words made him speechless for a moment. He didn't expect Sakura to play word games with him. However, what he said was not wrong. Although his current level of array and other alchemy wasn't very good, it didn't mean that it wouldn't be good in the future. Moreover, he also believed that he would definitely break through in the future. Moreover, it was a fact that he had this kind of determination and perseverance. Moreover, he believed that he had the strength to do so. Looking at Sakura and the surrounding people's expectant and nervous expressions, Lin Ray hesitated for a moment. After thinking over and over again, he finally shook his head with a bitter smile. Really, Sakura, you've learned bad things. After saying that, Lin Ray's eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the place where Dubhy Rabbit was. And this was what Shi Long wanted to hear the most. Shi Long, who was originally in complete despair, suddenly escaped from disappointment and despair after hearing Lin Ray's words and became very spirited. The original look of disappointment had completely disappeared at this moment and was replaced by hope that was replaced by disappointment and despair. You mean there's still a way, you? He stuttered, perhaps because he was too excited. Hearing Shi Long's voice, Lin Ray lowered his head to look at him. When he saw the expectation in his expression, Lin Ray nodded helplessly. Yes, there is, but it will take time. With my current strength, it's not enough to break this huge array. If there's enough time, maybe I can try to break it. Of course. In order not to disappoint Shi Long again, Lin Ray continued. Although I said it's possible, it's not absolute because this is the first time I've seen this kind of array, so, understood. Seeing Lin Ray go to this extent, Shi Long nodded repeatedly. As long as you agree to help, then our Stone City, will respect Mr. in the future. After saying that, Shi Long didn't forget to kowtow to Lin Ray and his voice was even louder than before. At this moment, Lin Ray's conversation with everyone had unknowingly changed from voice transmission to oral expression, so everyone present knew their conversation. In this regard, as long as it was a native of Stone City, when they heard that there was still a way to become a normal person, they were very excited and happy. Plop. The sound of people kneeling came from all around. Lin Ray was stunned and glanced around. At this moment, except for Lin Ray's group, the other natives of Stone City were all kneeling on the ground. We thank Mr. for saving our lives. Because they were too excited, their voices were very loud as if they could pierce through the sky. You. Looking at them, Linley was stunned. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly went forward to help them up. However, when Lin Ray's hand was less than an arm's length away from Shi Long's body, Shi Long reached out and stopped him. His voice accompanied his action into Lin Ray's eyes and ears. Don't be like this. This is our thanks to you. I hope you won't stop us, please. F***ck. Hearing this, Linley knew that this was a F*** king moral kidnapping. Moreover, Linley had not made a decision to help, but it was already impossible for him to refuse. What was this called? This was like forcing a duck onto a perch. However, looking at everyone's expectant and pleading expressions, Lin Ray's heart softened and he finally nodded in agreement. All of you, get up. I can agree to this matter, but you have to understand that this matter isn't something that I can help you with just by begging. You've heard that I don't have the ability right now. If you really think highly of me, then you have to wait. When I have the strength, I will save you. Of course, this is all I can do. If you're not satisfied, then, no. Without waiting for Lin Ray to finish, Long hurriedly said with a grateful expression, you being able to save us is already the best thing for us. As for time, this thing is the most abundant to us. You just have to save us in the end. As for when to save us, you have the final say. Hearing this, the natives kneeling around quickly echoed, yes, Castle Lord Sure is right. We don't lack time. As long as you have the time and strength, it won't be too late for you to come. Yes, as long as you can save us. Seeing the look of absolute certainty on everyone's faces, Linley suddenly felt as though he had dug himself a very, very deep hole. Thinking about how he would have to worry about this matter in the future, Lin Ray immediately regretted it. Now you're regretting it? At this moment, the little dragon's voice suddenly appeared in Lin Ray's mind. However, the voice was filled with ridicule. Do you know that the decision you made just now has already made you go against a powerhouse? What do you mean? He communicated with the little dragon. Don't tell me that the person who set up this formation is a super powerhouse and is one of the strongest in the holy world. It can even be said that he's a powerhouse from the Hongmeng realm, which is a higher level than the holy world. Let's talk about this later. I can only tell you that the person who set up this formation is a super powerhouse. With your, no, even if you become a saint, I'm afraid you're like an ant against an elephant. You're courting death. Lin Ray was a little unhappy with the little dragon's insistence, but when he thought about how he had dug such a huge hole for himself, he suddenly felt like giving himself a few tight slaps. F*ck. My mouth is so F*king cheap. If I knew things would turn out like this, I wouldn't have forced myself. Although he complained, since he had already made a promise, there was no reason to go back on it. Serves you right. The little dragon could only think of this word for Lin Ray now. Tsk. Knowing that the little dragon had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, he didn't refute. Instead, he asked with a smile. Little dragon, since things have turned out like this, what do you think we should do next? Little dragon. The little dragon seemed to have disappeared without a sound. Lin Ray was stunned. Little dragon? Little dragon, don't play dead. Hurry up and come out. Little dragon? And then, Linley called out once more, but in the end, all he got was silence. Linley felt quite helpless about this. F*ck, you're too mean. Lin Ray wanted to exit the conversation with the little dragon. Ding. Because of the host's promise, a hidden mission has been unintentionally triggered. Would the host like to accept it? This sudden voice caused Linley, who had been about to withdraw, to pause. He subconsciously said, accept. Ding. Okay, host, please wait a moment. Ding. Acceptance complete. Would the host like to check? Tsk, check or not check? Lin Ray thought about this question again and again. Compared to the pit just now, he was more willing to step into the pit he chose. Facing the pit of the system, he didn't know how many times he had stepped into it, and which time didn't he narrowly escape death. However, Lin Ray was very curious about the message he just received. He wanted to know what the mission was. Check. In the end, Lin Ray blurted out. Ding. Okay. Ding. Hidden mission. Break through the realm within 100,000 years and return to the Stone City in the Heavenly Realm. Help the residents of the Stone City return to their original lives and break the powerful array. F***ck. He knew it was a trap, but he didn't expect it to be such a big trap. Not breaking through the realm and breaking the Stone City's array for 100,000 years, Lin Ray didn't have any confidence in this. Facing such a powerful array, Lin Ray wasn't prepared for the speed of the Saints' breakthrough. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting the hidden mission. Mission reward. All attributes increase by 1 level, Yuan Ling scroll. F***ck. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Ray's mind was filled with 10,000 F***king curses. When did I say I accepted this mission? Facing the system's trap, Lin Ray felt as if he had eaten a bunch of dead flies. It was disgusting. Ding. After the system received the message and checked it, you have chosen to accept this hidden mission. Oh right, I forgot to tell the host that if you don't agree to this mission, the punishment will be like this. You know what it is. F***ck. Lin Ray's eyes widened, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Black lines appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Lin Ray's mood was extremely bad. Although he had just promised Shi Cheng that he would rescue him, that was only because there was no time limit. But now there was a time limit for no reason. 100,000 years. Lin Ray didn't dare to guarantee this number because no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. For a moment, Lin Ray was speechless. He withdrew from the system's conversation and looked forward like a fool. His expression was very complicated. Melancholy, confusion, anger, all kinds of emotions flashed across Lin Ray's face. Regarding this, the crowd at the side was truly at a loss as to what was going on. Chapter 948. Husband? Sensing everyone's strange gazes, Shadow came back to his senses. He took a step forward and whispered into Linley's ear. Husband, what's wrong? Just as he was immersed in his dissatisfaction with the system's mission, a familiar voice suddenly rang out in his ears. Linley snapped out of his daze and turned his head to look at his wife. Linley smiled and said, No, nothing. I was just thinking about something. Linley could only say this. He couldn't say that he only had 100,000 years. If he couldn't break through this stone city's formation within 100,000 years, then the only outcome would be death. But Linley wouldn't say this. He didn't want to affect his wives with something so bad. All right. In order to attract everyone's attention, Linley raised his head to look at Shirlong and said, Shirlong, I agree to your request. Shouldn't you step aside and let us in? Haha, of course. Hearing Linley's words, Shirlong blushed with shame and embarrassment. He hurriedly said yes, stepping aside and making an inviting gesture. Sigh, it's really not easy. Seeing the path open up for him, Linley couldn't help but glance at the people around him, especially the Dubhy Rabbit and the others. After muttering to himself, he reached out and grabbed Shadow's hand, walking forward. TCH, what's there to be proud of? Isn't it just breaking a formation? Really? Seeing Lin Ray's expression, the heavenly pivot rabbit was unhappy. As an existence who had once reached the peak of Tao, how could she endure Lin Ray's treatment? However, in her current state, she didn't have the qualifications to fight against Linley. She believed that she knew her own limit. In her current state, let alone fighting against Linley, she would be lucky if she didn't get crushed to death by Linley. If she was still following Hongjun, if she wasn't separated from Tianning, if she was still in the slaughter origin, she would disdain and be ashamed to attack a cultivator like Lin Ray. Not for other reasons, but Lin Ray's strength was too low for her to attack. Hee, why are you so angry? As a part of the heavenly pivot rabbit, Tianning understood and could understand the heavenly pivot rabbit's feelings at this moment. Not at all. As a former expert, how could the heavenly pivot rabbit admit it? Even in front of Tianning, who was like her, it was impossible for her to admit her unhappiness and helplessness. On the other side, Sakura, who had spent a lot of time with the heavenly pivot rabbit, rolled his eyes when he saw her lying. I really don't know what you're thinking. If you're unhappy, then so be it. Why are you still so stubborn? Looking at Sakura, who was leaving, the heavenly pivot rabbit wanted to say something. However, Sakura didn't give her the chance. At this moment, Sakura had already chased after Lin Rei. Tianning, look at him, he's bullying me. Are you going to do something about it? Looking at Sakura, the heavenly pivot rabbit was helpless. In the end, she could only turn around and ask Tianning for help. I didn't hear it clearly. Regarding the heavenly pivot rabbit's request, Tianning pretended to be confused. Oh, they have already gone far away. Let's chase after them. It's not good to fall behind in this place. After saying that, he ignored the dubhy rabbit at the side and chased after Sakura with each step. Of course, others didn't know, but she was very clear in her heart. She wasn't chasing after Lin Rei, nor was she afraid of the strangeness of this city. She just wanted to be closer to Sakura. During this period of time, she discovered that she had already formed a dependence on Sakura. It couldn't be said to be dependence. It was the kind of impulse that didn't want to be separated from him and wanted to always be together with him. However, it wasn't just an impulse. From the looks of it, she seemed to have achieved it. Tianning enjoyed the feeling of being together with Sakura. Although she understood that Sakura wasn't gentle at all and wasn't humorous at all. She even felt his coldness when she was beside him. However, Tianning couldn't help but want to get closer to him and understand him. You have the opposite sex but no humanity. Looking at Tianning's departing figure, the heavenly pivot rabbit was very angry. Perhaps it was because of its rabbit shape, so it was very cute when it was angry. Especially that voice and that expression of hers, it was also very cute. After staring for an unknown amount of time, Lin Rei and the others' figures disappeared. The heavenly pivot rabbit finally regained her senses. Heavens! You guys really abandoned me and ignored me? Seeing that she had fallen behind for such a long time and no one turned around to look for her, the heavenly pivot rabbit angrily roared. She rushed towards the direction where everyone disappeared. Although she was a little dissatisfied with the behavior of Lin Rei and the others, she had no choice but to chase after them. After all, Tianning was by their side. Heavenly Cloud Restaurant, the best restaurant in Stone City. At this moment, except for the heavenly pivot rabbit, Lin Rei and the others were sitting in a private room on the second floor. Shi Long was also sitting with them. There was no choice. With someone like Lin Rei around, how could he not come? Look, the heavenly pivot rabbit is coming soon. At this moment, Lin Rei's voice broke the silence in the room. Yeah, she'll be fine with that. She'll definitely complain non-stop when she comes in. Let's see. Isn't that great? She looks so cute. At this moment, the heavenly pivot rabbit, who was rushing over, didn't know that Lin Rei and the others were talking about her. Tianning was among them. She's here. At this moment, Lin Rei's divine sense saw a white figure quickly pass by. She came to the door of the heavenly pivot restaurant and looked into the restaurant angrily. You guys are too hateful. You didn't even wait for me. Just you wait. Looking inside, the heavenly pivot rabbit didn't care about anything else. She used her divine sense to scan the entire heavenly pivot restaurant and found Lin Rei and the others. The heavenly pivot rabbit didn't stay for long. She stepped into the restaurant and arrived in front of Lin Rei's door in an instant. She raised her hand and slammed the door. Bang! The sound was extremely loud and clear, causing the entire restaurant to be alarmed. However, Linley and the others had been paying attention to the dubhy rabbit's every move the entire time. As a result, they were not alarmed by the sudden sound. Instead, they stared at the entrance in high spirits. The door opened and the heavenly pivot rabbit appeared before Lin Rei and the others. They chose to remain silent and gave the opportunity to speak to the heavenly pivot rabbit. Sure enough, The Heavenly Pivot Rabbit's next move was just as Lin Ray and the others had said. The moment the door was opened, the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit stepped in and began to complain to the others. "Look at you guys. Do you have any compassion? How could you leave such a cute rabbit like me there? Do you know that I'll be scared? I'm still so young. Aren't you afraid that I'll be abducted or killed and skinned? Don't tell me you didn't think that my young heart would be hurt? It's fine that you guys didn't wait for me. Tianning, you actually treated me like them. You." For a moment, everyone's eyes were on the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit. Looking at the cute Heavenly Pivot Rabbit, Ing had the urge to go up and hug her. Not only did he not want to, but she also did it. Just as the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit was complaining to the others, Ing raised his hand and restrained the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit who was walking. He stood up and went to her side and hugged her. "Oh, you're so cute." Girls naturally had no resistance to this kind of furry thing. Even Ing and the others who were in the peak ultimate god realm were the same. You guys treat this holy sage like this. You." Feeling the touch from the top of her head, the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit was very unhappy. "Hee, I didn't expect that you would have such a day." Tianning, who was sitting at the side, looked at the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit's embarrassment and couldn't help but laugh happily. "You? Tianning, you?" The Heavenly Pivot Rabbit was very angry that her other half didn't help her when she encountered such a situation and was still happy at the side. The original Ing played with the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit. Then Bing joined in, followed by Tianning. Finally, the few of them were chatting happily. Lin Ray didn't intend to participate in the women's topic. The three men just sat at the table and looked at each other. No one knew what they were thinking. The atmosphere was quite oppressive, especially Shilong. As for Sakura, it was fine since he was Lin Ray's clone after all. Perhaps because of the oppressive atmosphere, Shilong couldn't stand it anymore and broke the oppressive atmosphere. "Senior Lin, where are you going this time? Why are you passing through our Stone City? As far as I know, there aren't many places you can pass through from Stone City." "Oh, it's nothing." Seeing Shilong ask, Lin Ray didn't hide it. "This time we are going to a place called Xianming Valley." "What? Xianming Valley?" Hearing the three words Xianming Valley, Shilong exclaimed. His expression was very complicated and his eyes were wide open. His appearance was very frightening, as if there was something terrible in this place. "What? We can't go to this place?" "Yes. What's wrong with this place? How can it make Shilong so strange?" Sakura was also very curious. He couldn't understand why Shilong had such an expression. Seeing Lin Ray and Ying's inquiry, Shilong hesitated. He was very familiar with this place called Xianming Valley. Although he hadn't been there for a long time, the scene he saw at that time was still unforgettable. "What's going on? Tell us." Seeing Shilong being so hesitant, Lin Ray couldn't stand it and directly urged. Perhaps because he was anxious to know about the Xianming Valley, Lin Ray didn't control his emotions and directly roared. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the room heard it. Even Ing and the others who were playing around heard Lin Ray's roar and quickly stopped their actions and kept silent. You guys." Feeling Ing and the others' actions, Lin Ray awkwardly scratched his head. He understood that he was acting strange and scared his wife and others. Lin Ray felt very guilty about this. "It's fine, you guys. You guys continue. In order to not make his wife unhappy, Lin Ray awkwardly smiled and quickly said. However, his words didn't work anymore. Ing and the others didn't act like before. Instead, they obediently found a seat and sat down. They didn't speak anymore. Among them, even the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit, who was full of complaints at the beginning, did the same. However, her appearance was very funny when she sat next to Ing and the others. Sigh. Seeing them like this, Lin Ray sighed and didn't think much about it. He turned to Shilong and whispered, "Tell me about the Xianming Valley." "Xianming Valley? Perhaps it was because of Shilong's earlier attitude, or perhaps it was because Shilong had thought of what to say. I've been to the Mystic Hell Valley before. There's something there that's extremely powerful and terrifying. Most of the alchemists who went in didn't come out with me, and I don't know why, but recently more and more people are going there. What happened that year is happening again. Hearing this, Lin Ray became curious. It was fine now because of the existence of the space source, but Lin Ray was even more confused about the previous matter. Sensing the doubt in Linley's eyes, Shilong hurriedly continued, "There are people from the Dragon Clan living there. When I went in, I accidentally ran into them and almost died at their hands." He thought it would be something terrifying, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Dragon race. Lin Ray didn't know what to say about the dragon race. He remembered that the Xuanzong sect he founded had 2 dragons. One was Little Black and the other was Little Gold. Little Gold's rank was very high. A 5-clawed golden dragon was the royal family of the dragon race. Besides Shilong, the others were indifferent. Lin Ray didn't doubt that they had never seen the dragon race before. It could even be said that they had seen the dragon ancestor. As for Ying and the others, they weren't afraid. After all, the Xuanzong sect had 2 dragons. They had a lot of dealings with them in the past. More importantly, they were very confident in their strength. Aren't you worried or afraid? Looking at everyone's indifferent expression, it was as if what he said wasn't a big deal. Of course, it might be a big deal to him, but Lin Ray and the others didn't feel anything. Shilong, you don't have to worry about this matter. As for the dragon race you mentioned, I just hope that they won't run away when they see us. That's right, I believe in this point. Sakura also believes in the dragon race you mentioned. You said that they came out to cause trouble, so I can only say that they are courting death. Sakura and Tian Ning spoke one after another. At this moment, Shilong finally knew why he trusted them. Shilong. Lin Ray, who hadn't spoken until now, finally spoke. You are from the Xianming Valley, right? And I have been there. Shilong naturally told Lin Ray everything he knew. After all, he was the one asking for help. He couldn't wait for Lin Ray to ask him. I want you to be my guide. I don't know if you agree. Chapter 949. What? Everyone was dumbfounded by Lin Ray's words. They didn't know about Lin Ray's decision. Of course, even Lin Ray couldn't figure it out. This decision was made at the last minute. To ensure accuracy, he didn't want to take the wrong path. Of course, there was another point. If Shilong was in the Xianming Valley, although it was a long time ago, he believed that those memories would be his deepest memories. Therefore, his eyes were wide as he stared at Linley, a look that said, "Are you sure?" But at the same time, there was also an extremely complicated look on his face. Others might not have noticed this look, but Linley was very clear about it. Shilong had some unspeakable difficulties. He could see that Shilong wanted to agree to his request. You tell me what difficulties you have. Maybe I can help you solve them? Everyone's eyes suddenly gathered on Shilong. They were also very curious about what Lin Ray said. Seeing everyone's gazes, Shilong was startled. After hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth to explain. Actually, I really want to agree to your suggestion. Unfortunately, as the city lord of this stone city, when the exit appeared, not only did it make me the same as my people, but more importantly, it imprisoned me here. So I'm very sorry about your suggestion, even though I really want to help. This is a difficult matter. Looking at Shilong, Lin Ray fell into deep thought. To be honest, he didn't think of this. However, after hearing Shilong's situation, Lin Ray couldn't help but think of the situation of the 3 Tibetan masters. At that time, they couldn't escape the seal because they were imprisoned. But in the end, he was the one who gave them a new life. That's right. Suddenly, Linley seemed to have thought of an idea. His pondering eyes suddenly lit up, and he raised his head to look at Sherlock. A hint of a smile appeared on his face as he said, if I say that I can help you leave this place, would you be willing to be my guide to the black underworld? What? Before he could react, he no longer considered leaving Stone City. After all, under his influence, this matter had long become an extravagant hope for him. However, at this moment, this hope that had been drowned long ago was once again awakened. Sherlock felt that this was an inconceivable illusion. With his previous uncertainty, he was now a little doubtful that he would be able to leave this place. What? You don't want to? Seeing that Sherlock didn't say anything, Lin Ray thought that Sherlock was unwilling. No. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ray with a sorrowful expression. The formation here is extremely powerful. Since I've been imprisoned by the formation, it's impossible for me to leave. Unless the formation disappears otherwise, Hearing Sherlock's words, Lin Ray smiled. Originally, Lin Ray thought that Sherlock would be unwilling. He didn't expect that Sherlock was actually worried about this matter. Lin Ray smiled and said, "If it's about this matter, you can rest assured." Hearing Lin Ray say this, Sherlock was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ray in confusion. He didn't understand what Lin Ray meant. "If I don't agree because of what you just said, then it's really unnecessary. Since this sovereign has agreed to bring you here, then there will definitely be a way for me. So, the question just now is still valid. I wonder what your choice is." This. Sherlock had seen confident people before, but he had never seen someone so confident in Lin Ray. He even felt that Lin Ray was being arrogant. However, Sherlock hesitated, because the confidence on Linley's face was not an act. If it was an act, he could tell from Linley's expression that a person's expression would not lie. But if it was not a lie, then, what, is there another problem? Seeing Sherlock's hesitant expression, Lin Ray frowned. He didn't like a man who was hesitant like a woman. No problem. Perhaps it was because he felt Lin Ray's power, but seeing Lin Ray's frown, Sherlock subconsciously agreed. "As long as you can let me out, then I will agree to your conditions, but," Tisk sigh. Lin Ray had seen grumbling people before, but to be honest, he had never seen someone like Sherlock. "Okay, no more buts. Since I have agreed to help you, then you just have to keep your promise to this sovereign. After leaving, you will lead me to the profound abyss valley. Remember, this is my condition for saving you, so don't play with me." Understood. As long as I can get out, I will keep my promise. So rest assured. Sherlock didn't hesitate, but he still didn't dare to believe it. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He didn't want to be disappointed again. He didn't like this feeling, and he didn't want it to happen again. And understood. Understanding Sherlock's meaning, he didn't say anything else. He got up and looked at Sherlock, saying, "In a while, I will bring you to a place. What you need to do is relax. Don't resist, and don't resist. Once we get out, I will release you." Although he was 100% sure, if it didn't work, then wouldn't his reputation be ruined? Thus, right now, what Linley wanted to do was to conduct some experiment. He wanted to see if he could be brought out of this place safely, away from the shackles of this place, just like the 3 Tibetan masters had done last time. Although Sherlock didn't understand what Lin Ray was going to do, he still obediently nodded. "Understood, don't worry." "Okay." Seeing Sherlock agree, Lin Ray nodded and grabbed Sherlock's shoulder. With a thought, he connected to the system. In the next moment, the two figures disappeared from the room. What the hell? What's going on? In the field, Tian Ning and Dubhy Rabbit saw Lin Ray and Sherlock suddenly disappear from the room, leaving behind a trace of aura. The two of them were very shocked. Ing Bing and Sakura didn't find it strange at all. They were already used to Lin Rei's sudden disappearance, so they didn't make a fuss. Whoosh, suddenly Lin Rei appeared again. However, Long, who disappeared with Lin Rei, was nowhere to be seen. You guys stay here, I'll be back soon. Linley didn't wait for them to speak. He hurriedly called out to them and left the room in a flash. Damn, what's going on? Regarding this situation, the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit duo could be said to be at a complete loss. They truly did not understand. Just sit down and rest. Lin Rei has always been like this. You guys won't find it strange in the future. Hearing Sakra's words, Dubhy Rabbit and Bing looked at each other helplessly and didn't think too much about it. Lin Rei, who came out of the restaurant, used a few breaths to return to the city gate. Although he encountered a strong wind on the way here, it didn't have any obvious effect on Lin Rei. Standing at the city gate, he raised his head and looked at the city gate tower with a smile on his face. It seems that this array doesn't have any restrictions on the system. Thinking about how powerful the system was, Lin Rei couldn't help but feel proud. After all, he was the system's owner. Of course, he couldn't order the system to do anything. That's enough. In the future, don't use the system to do this kind of thing. The system is used to deal with your personal matters, not to solve other people's problems. A synthetic voice rang out in Linley's head. Lin Rei didn't know what to say to this voice. Lin Rei wasn't afraid of the little dragon, but to Lin Rei was still a little traumatized. After all, Lin Rei was at a disadvantage because he didn't have money on his phone. Alright, do as you see fit. Ignoring Lin Rei, the system fell into silence. Sigh. Understanding the system's meaning, Lin Rei couldn't do anything about it. He simply didn't think about it and released Long from the system. I say, where did you bring me just now? Why isn't there me there? As soon as Long appeared, a long string of words came out of his mouth. His voice was so loud that Linley, who was very close to him, could hear a buzzing in his ears. He frowned and had the urge to rush up and beat him up. This is... At this moment, Long, who was originally very loud, was now stuttering. Moreover, it was a very soft stutter. His eyes stared straight ahead where he was, and excitement surged in his heart. Accompanying the excitement was bitterness because he had imagined this scene so many times that he had almost become numb to it. But now it had come true. He could see the city gates of the Stone City. How is it? I did what I promised you. Shouldn't you also fulfill your promise and accompany me to the Xianming Valley and lead the way for me? Although he didn't want to interrupt Long, he had no choice. His own matters were more important. I understand. As for Lin Rei's promise, he had already accepted it the moment he saw the city gate. He didn't want to go back on his words. He turned his head and looked at Lin Rei with indescribable gratitude. I won't say any more words of thanks. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. As for the Xianming Valley, even if you didn't ask, I would still go with you. Hearing Long's words, Lin Rei felt much better. Okay, remember your words. After saying that, Lin Rei retreated to the side and didn't disturb Long. After all, it was his first time out in so many years. Time passed little by little and the sky turned dark. Long looked as if he was looking at a very beautiful girl and never got tired of looking at the city gate. He even laughed foolishly from time to time. If Lin Rei didn't know that Long was fine, he would have thought that Long was stupid. Sigh. What's there to look at? Isn't it just a city gate? Really? Looking at Long, Lin Rei couldn't help but feel vexed. I say, Long, it's time for us to go back. After all, I came here to rest, not to accompany you to look at the city gates. What do you think? In the end, Linley couldn't suppress the irritation in his heart and opened his mouth to speak. You want to go back now? Long turned his head to look at Lin Rei with a touch of reluctance in his eyes. Nonsense, we've been out for so long. What do you think? Now Lin Rei was afraid of Long's reluctance. He didn't want to accompany a grown man here. Thinking that his wife was still in the city, he didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. Seeing Lin Rei so resolute, Shilong knew that his protest was futile. He lowered his head and sighed. Then, with a reluctant expression, he steeled his will and nodded. "Let's go." Looking at Shilong's face, Lin Rei was very embarrassed, but he had no choice. He didn't want to accompany a man here. Just like before, relax and don't resist. With that said, Lin Rei's mind moved. Just like before, he stored Shilong in the system and then rushed toward where Ing and the others were. Back and forth, only Shilong didn't even want to stay outside for a long time. If out of control didn't stop, everything would be solved in less than 2 minutes. Back in the restaurant, everyone had already started eating. In this regard, Lin Rei glared at out of control fiercely, then sat down and picked up the chopsticks to eat. As for Shilong, he didn't join in on the fun either. Instead, he bid farewell to Linley and left. He was about to leave with Linley, and he still had many things to take care of. After all, he was the governor of a city. As for out of control, at this moment Lin Rei didn't care about him. He just asked him to come here early in the morning and wait for him. After that, he joined the ranks of the foodies again. Shilong's departure didn't give them a chance, as if they didn't notice. Early in the morning, the sun was very bright. The morning wind blew and a chill hit them. Shilong, according to Lin Rei's words, came to the door of the restaurant early in the morning. He missed the feeling outside very much. Of course, the main reason was Lin Rei. In his world, since he made a promise to someone, then he must keep it. Otherwise, it was equivalent to breaking his promise. He was very disgusted with this point. He didn't want this kind of thing to happen to him. Few, however, at this moment, in Lin Rei's room, at this moment, Lin Rei had just woken up from his sleep. He didn't know that Shilong had arrived. Such a life. If only I could have a little bit of it. Looking at his 2 wives, who were sleeping soundly on his chest, Linley suddenly had the urge not to wake them up. Bang, 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 just when Lin Rei was hesitating, a violent knock on the door suddenly resounded in the room. Ing and Bing, who were still sleeping, directly sat up from Lin Rei. Damn, who is so immoral to disturb us so early in the morning? Don't they know it's immoral? Lin Rei hated the person who knocked on the door. He wanted to enjoy this kind of time, but he didn't expect it to be ruined like this. Husband, get up quickly. We agreed to leave in the morning yesterday. At this time, Ing, who was sitting up, was completely awake. She turned to Lin Rei and said, "Yes, husband, let's get up quickly. Otherwise, they will wait for too long." Chapter 950. At the entrance of the restaurant, Shilong waited for a long time. Finally, Linley's figure appeared. However, more than 4 hours had passed since he arrived. But in order to leave this shackled prison, this little bit of time was nothing. Upon seeing Lin Rei's group stepping out of the restaurant, Shilong hurriedly stepped forward and greeted them with a smile. "Morning, everyone. Did you have a good rest last night?" "Haha, good, very good. If no one knocks on the door, I'll be even better." With that, Linley glanced at the Dubhy rabbit from the corner of his eyes. "What the hell are you talking about?" The Heavenly Pivot Rabbit understood that Linley was indirectly insulting it. The Heavenly Pivot Rabbit was startled, and then unwillingly opened its mouth to retort. All right. As someone who understood the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit's temper, Tian Ning stepped forward to mediate. "Let's each take a step back. Alright, didn't we say that we should hurry up today?" Tian Ning looked at Indra and gave him a meaningful glance. Indra nodded his head repeatedly. "That's right. Look at me, Tian. Let's hurry up. Time waits for no one. What do you say, Benzin?" Lin Rei felt ashamed to be in cahoots with Sakura and Tian Ning. But he had to agree with Sakura's words. He understood that time waits for no one. To him, time was like a ticking time bomb. With every passing second, his life would be closer to death. He couldn't be careless. Alright, let's go then. In order to prevent the heavenly pivot rabbit and Lin Rei from having any friction, Tian Ning agitated. Looking at Tian Ning's reaction, Lin Rei chuckled. He knew what she was thinking. Alright, since that's the case, then let's go, Lin Rei said and turned to Shilong. If Shilong was ready, all that was left was for him to take action. Come on, I'm ready. Lin Rei. Lin Rei didn't dare to agree with Shilong's current expression. Shilong's appearance made Lin Rei feel nauseous. You bastard, are you trying to disgust me? As he spoke, he used his divine telekinesis to envelop the person who had lost control and then pulled him into the system. After doing all this, Lin Rei glanced at everyone, smiled, turned around, and walked towards the city gate tower. Seeing Lin Rei moving, the group hurriedly chased after him. Their speed was extremely fast. Only late-stage god emperors could sense the departing figures of Lin Rei and the others. That speed was comparable to light. A middle-aged man was standing at the entrance. His face was filled with sadness, as if something had left him. Fort Lord, you must be careful along the way. Don't let yourself step into danger. You represent not only yourself, but also our entire Stone City. If something happens to you, our Stone City won't be able to withstand it. Looking at Shilong's departing figure, the middle-aged man couldn't control his tears anymore. Who said that a man would bleed but not cry? It was just that he hadn't reached the point of sadness yet. Fort Lord, you must come back. Or else. His words were suddenly stuck in his throat. He couldn't say what he wanted to say anymore. Alright, don't cry. If the Fort Lord sees you like this, it might be that tiring training again. A cold voice came from behind. Furthermore, although you are very strong, if something happens to you, there will only be one outcome. That is, everyone will live and die together. So please don't cry, it's shameful. At this moment, Shilong, who had already left, naturally didn't know. If he knew, he might really be like what the man said, tiring training. The Xianming Valley could be said to be a land of treasures. However, for some unknown reason, it became a land of danger. It was said that no one who entered this place came out alive. Just like what Shilong said before, although he came out after entering, it was said that he encountered the dragon race inside. Fellow Taoist Lin, this is the entrance of the Xianming Valley. Although I haven't been here for many years, the memory of what happened back then is still fresh in my mind. It's as if it happened yesterday. Hearing Shilong's words, Lin Rei lifted his head and looked at the huge entrance in front of him. An inexplicable sense of oppression came from the valley. Lin Rei didn't believe the dragon race that Shilong mentioned. Ever since he came to the divine realm, not to mention the dragon race, there wasn't even a strand of hair on them. Of course, this didn't include the 2 guardian beasts that he killed when he first entered the 9th region. After all, they were placed under house arrest by a magical formation. Shilong, it's true. Your courage is really a bit small. I think you should hurry up and practice. Otherwise, who knows what you will become after you completely come out of the Stone City. Feeling the slight trembling of Shilong's body, Sakura opened his mouth and laughed. He wasn't mocking Shilong, but he was telling the truth. With Shilong's current character, even if he was rescued by Lin Rei from the Stone City, what would happen to them after they entered the cruel divine realm? If they were weak, there would only be one outcome. They would be bullied and humiliated because they were weak. There was no other way. A world where the weak were subjected to the strong wasn't suitable for a group of little white rabbit. That's right. Shilong agreed with Sakura's words. Sakura is right. This is a world where the strong preys on the weak. It's either you die or I die. So, you have to train well in the future. Otherwise, there will only be one outcome waiting for you in the end. That is, you will be killed. Moreover, you will be killed without being able to fight back. After saying that, Lin Rei didn't say anything else. He knew that this kind of thing wasn't something that could be understood just by talking about it. It would depend on the determination of the person involved. Cowardly? Looking at Lin Ray's back view, Long was startled and sank into deep thought. He understood what Lin Ray meant. It was just that the things that happened here were too reminiscent. The dragon race. The dragon race wasn't as simple as just one dragon. Back then, he encountered a dragon. With his weak strength back then, how could he not be frightened when encountering such a thing? Fortunately, he escaped quickly back then. Moreover, those dragons didn't chase after him when they arrived at the entrance of the valley. Even until now, he didn't know why. However, it was precisely because of this that he had the opportunity to talk to Lin Ray and the others. Think about it yourself. Patting Long's shoulder, Sakura walked to the side. As for the others, they naturally sat down separately. Only Long was smiling alone. His expression was very complicated, as if he was contradicting himself. Lin Ray, now that the profound Abyss Valley is here, have you thought about how to deal with the space origin? That's right, Lin Ray. You only said that you want to subdue the space origin, but you still haven't explained the method. Don't tell me this is a secret. Humph, I don't think he has a way to deal with the space origin. A very discordant voice came from the Dubhy Rabbit's mouth. Suddenly, everyone turned to look. There were warnings, persuasions, and all kinds of expressions. In contrast, Lin Ray was all smiles. As for the Dubhy Rabbit's words, Lin Ray couldn't deny that he didn't have a way to deal with the Dubhy Rabbit. That's right. Just when everyone cast strange glances at the Dubhy Rabbit, Lin Ray spoke. As the saying goes, don't stop until you're shocked to death. Once he spoke, the Dubhy Rabbit was right. What? At this moment, everyone was no longer looking at the Dubhy Rabbit, but at Lin Ray. They didn't expect such a response from Lin Ray, and they didn't expect the Dubhy Rabbit to be right. Seeing everyone so excited, Lin Ray was taken aback. Then, he said, I indeed don't have a way to deal with the space origin, but there's a good saying. All methods have to be thought of. Just because I don't have one now doesn't mean that I won't have one when I open my mouth. Maybe you already have one when you see the space origin fighting with it? Lin Ray's words left everyone speechless. At this moment, everyone just wanted to go up and give him a knock on the head to let him know why the flowers were so red. Haha. He understood everyone's thoughts, but he really didn't have a way. Although he didn't have a way, he had the little dragon, and he believed in the little dragon's strength. After all, he had seen the little dragon's strength. If he were to fight with the little dragon, perhaps even 10 of him wouldn't be able to defeat it because the little dragon's strength was just too powerful, and the two of them couldn't be compared at all. If he really wanted to compare, he would be an ant-like existence, while the little dragon would be an incomparably majestic existence. Haha! As expected. Everyone was stunned and their expressions turned solemn. But one of them wasn't. She sneered and looked at Lin Ray with contempt. You don't have the ability, yet you still want to show off. Do you really think that the space origin is a cabbage in your backyard that you can kill whenever you want? Ignorant. Rabbit, that's enough. Stop talking. The silent Tian Ning suddenly spoke. Although she agreed with the heavenly pivot rabbit, Sakura was watching from the side and Lin Ray was Sakura's original body. She didn't want to escalate this matter because of her and cause the two of them to feel awkward in the team. Looking at the heavenly pivot rabbit, Tian Ning persuaded, Rabbit, we came here to help Lin Ray refine the space origin. If you do this, aren't you? Hearing Tian Ning's words, the heavenly pivot rabbit was taken aback. She wanted to say something, but eventually didn't. She understood what Tian Ning meant. Sigh at the side, Lin Ray kept his mouth shut. Looking at this scene, he felt a headache. He didn't expect the heavenly pivot rabbit to hate him to this extent. Sigh, forget it. For the sake of Sakura, I won't bicker with you. With this thought, he couldn't help but sweep a glance at Sakura. Then, he withdrew his gaze and stood up abruptly. He looked at everyone as though he had made a decision. In a while, I will go in to investigate the situation. All of you just stay here and don't go anywhere. Otherwise, I won't have the energy to look for you if we get separated. Do you understand? What? For a moment, everyone couldn't react to Lin Rei's decision. They didn't expect Lin Rei to make such a decision. We'll go with you. At the side, Ying and Bing stood up and came to Lin Rei's side in a flash. They looked as though they were determined to follow him. This. Looking at his two wives' determination, Lin Rei was taken aback. But in the end, he resolutely rejected them. No. Just stay here and don't go anywhere. Wait for me to come back. It wasn't that Lin Rei didn't want them to go, but it was also his first time here. Although he didn't believe the stone dragon when he said that there were dragons here, what if it was true? The dragon race wasn't something that could be summed up with just a single dragon. Therefore, he didn't dare to take the risk. Especially if he were to risk the lives of his two wives. He couldn't afford to pay for it, nor could he afford to gamble. All right, it's decided. Both of you stay. Seeing his two wives still wanted to say something, Lin Rei quickly interrupted. Be good. I'll be at ease if both of you stay. At the side, Sakura understood Lin Rei's idea and immediately echoed, That's right. Both of you stay. I believe you have seen Lin Rei's strength. Don't worry. Even if Lin Rei is no match for the sage, it's impossible to keep Lin Rei here. Besides, he's your husband. Don't tell me you still doubt his strength? Hearing this, Ying and Bing hesitated. Indeed, they had seen the scene where Lin Rei killed the sage. All right, it's decided. Saying that, he gave Sakura a well-done expression and reached out to stroke Ying and Bing-er's hair. Remember to protect yourselves when I'm not around. Okay. Looking at their husbands who were about to leave, tears welled up in their eyes. However, they didn't cry because they didn't want Lin Rei to see them crying. All right. I'm leaving. Saying that, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the Xianming Valley. His speed was as fast as lightning, disappearing in an instant. Husband, be careful. Looking at their husband's departing figure, Ying and Bing prayed silently. He's finally gone. Seeing Lin Rei's disappearance, Dubhy Rabbit heaved a sigh of relief and sat down. Sakura and Tian Ning didn't know what to say to Dubhy Rabbit. In the end, both of them didn't say anything. The scene was completely silent. At this moment, a stream of light flashed across the Xianming Valley. Perhaps due to Lin Rei's full cultivation, the surrounding spiritual energy began to become chaotic after he flashed past. The spiritual energy here is so dense. It's impossible for it to be a dangerous place like the rumors said. Sensing the density of the spiritual energy and the treasures I've found along the way, this is indeed not a dangerous place that everyone said would devour people without spitting out the bones. Could it be that someone purposely spread such rumors and let home monopolize the resources here? Regarding this thought, Lin Rei only thought about it because he felt that it was impossible. After all, the Xianming path was so huge. Heavenly netherworld herb? Just as Linley was flying past at high speed, scanning his surroundings with his peripheral vision, a precious treasure that would drive Linley crazy appeared before his eyes. It's really the heavenly netherworld herb. Looking at the thing that looked suspiciously like dark sky grass, Linley stared at it a few more times, then spread out his divine sense. In the end, he was completely certain that the grass growing on the stone by itself was the saint-level dark sky grass. Chapter 951. Whoosh, Lin Rei could not resist the temptation of the heavenly netherworld herb. The thought of being able to concoct a saint-class elixir made Lin Rei extremely excited. His speed was as fast as lightning. His entire body turned into a beam of light as he rushed towards the heavenly netherworld herb. Hee baby, you are mine. Seeing the heavenly netherworld herb so close to him, Lin Ray could not help but open his mouth. The excited smile on his face was something he had never seen before. Slowly, the heavenly netherworld herb was getting closer and closer. The unique fragrance of the heavenly netherworld herb also faintly appeared in the surroundings and entered Lin Ray's nose. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Immediately, Lin Ray, who was about to reach the heavenly netherworld herb, could not help but reach out his hand to take it and store it away. At this moment, Lin Ray even had the urge to immediately start concocting the elixir. After all, a saint-class elixir was very tempting, especially the heavenly netherworld herb, which was the main ingredient of the heavenly netherworld herb. 1 meter. Immediately, Lin Ray was 1 meter away from the heavenly netherworld herb. His hand was almost touching the heavenly netherworld herb. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. However, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. After all, Lin Ray did not believe that a piece of cake would fall from the sky. Just when Lin Ray thought that he could get the heavenly netherworld herb and was secretly delighted, an angry roar came from afar. Regarding this sudden change, Linley wasn't stupid. Generally speaking, all natural treasures would have a demonic beast or a guardian beast. But now, an item of such a high grade like the heavenly netherworld grass would naturally have a guardian beast. Linley didn't doubt this at all. However, Linley could sense from this roar that the other party was extremely powerful. Not for any other reason, but simply because the aura emanating from this roar caused the surrounding spiritual energy to retreat. Of course, Linley was also capable of doing this. However, the opponent was able to do this with just a shout. Linley did not dare to underestimate the opponent. In fact, he had a feeling that this person was even stronger than the saints he had killed in the past. At the very least, this was what he thought. Not only was it in terms of aura, but it was also a feeling in his heart. Who dares to touch my heavenly netherworld grass? Are you courting death? A human voice rang out from afar. The voice was filled with rage. Linley was even more certain that the speaker was definitely the heavenly netherworld herb's guardian beast or demonic beast. There was no doubt about it. Rumble. Lin Ray wanted to respond to that voice, but just as he was about to open his mouth, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. It was as if an earth dragon had flipped over, and a series of deep trenches appeared. The scene was extremely frightening. Interesting, Lin Ray smiled when he sensed the powerful aura coming from the front. This kind of battle was not small to him, but it was far from enough to make him feel fear or dread. Ta. It appeared. A shockingly huge figure emerged from the ground. It was at least 100 meters tall. The aura emitted from its body was actually at the peak of all the demonic beasts Lin Ray had seen before. However, there was one thing that made Lin Ray frown. This demonic beast that appeared from the ground, he had never seen it before. He did not even know what species it was. Its head was like a woman, but its body was like a tiger's. What made Lin Ray even more depressed was that this demonic beast's tail was extremely ugly. In Lin Ray's heart, there were only 2 words that could describe this demonic beast. Truly ugly was the only word he could think of. He could not think of anything else. If he had to be direct, he could only say truly ugly. Looking at the demonic beast that appeared, Lin Ray raised his head and looked straight at it without any fear. What are you? How come I have never heard of a demonic beast like you? Furthermore, as it spoke, it pointed at the heavenly netherworld grass and continued, You said that this heavenly netherworld grass is yours, so it is yours. Then, I can also say that it is mine. Looking at Lin Ray, the demonic beast was stunned. It was rare for humans to appear here, but now, they wanted to steal the heavenly netherworld grass that it had guarded for tens of thousands of years and was about to mature. No matter who it was, it would not be able to tolerate this. But now, in the face of such a shameless human in front of him, he wanted nothing more than to find a brick and smash it on the human's face one by one. As the old saying goes, people need face and trees need bark. This human in front of it had already become a shameless person. How about it? Since you've already said so much, are you trying to make me take it away? As he spoke, Linley took out a pill from his storage ring and said, "Here. Just treat it as me losing out. You can have it. Just treat it as if it doesn't grow." As it spoke, Lin Ray turned around and placed the pill on the ground. He reached out and dug out the heavenly netherworld grass from its root. With a thought, he sent it into the system and instructed the little dragon to plant the heavenly netherworld grass in the system. As a saint-grade alchemist, Lin Ray could naturally tell that the heavenly netherworld grass had not matured yet. However, he could not stay here for too long. Thus, transplanting the heavenly netherworld grass into the system was the only way. Of course, when doing this, Lin Ray's nerves were highly focused. Facing this demonic beast that was not inferior to him, he did not have full confidence in it. He was even prepared to fight at any time. The Chaos Dragon Spear was also connected. As long as the demonic beast made a move, the Chaos Dragon Spear would immediately appear to resist. "Ah, you, seeing the heavenly netherworld grass that it had guarded for tens of thousands of years being taken away right in front of it, a sense of humiliation welled up in its heart. In the world of demonic beasts, dignity and face were the most important things. At this moment, Lin Ray not only slapped its face, but also humiliated it. How could it not be angry? Bastard! It roared and lowered its head to look at Lin Ray. That murderous gaze sent a chill down Lin Ray's spine. "Human, you have completely angered this king. So die." It moved. For a human who had repeatedly slapped its face and trespassed into its territory, it hated this human very much. Especially the human who took away the heavenly netherworld grass that it had painstakingly guarded. This was the most unforgivable thing. It opened its mouth and revealed a mouthful of sharp fangs. As it breathed out, a wave of air swept towards Lin Ray. And, feeling the wave of air, Lin Ray frowned and hurriedly shut off his sense of smell. 2F** King Smelly. This idiot, that was Lin Ray's thought. However, if this thought was known by the demonic beast, it would probably be even more furious. Disperse. The so-called absolute command was no longer a problem for Lin Ray. Of course, this was only used to deal with demonic beast. If the demonic beast used its full strength, the absolute command would be a joke in Lin Ray's eyes. Ho-ho! As soon as the word of the law appeared, the wave of energy that had arrived in front of Linley seemed to have been blocked by something, and in the next instant, the wave of energy dissipated into the surroundings. The scene was filled with smoke. The demonic beast did not expect Lin Ray to be able to disperse the demonic beast. It initially thought that Lin Ray was just a mid-hierarch cultivator. However, after witnessing the absolute command, it understood that it had underestimated this small and shameless human. Absolute command. Not bad, human. I did not expect a mid-hierarch cultivator to be able to use such a profound absolute command. Heh. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Ray did not think that the demonic beast's praise was a good thing. After all, he still did not know the demonic beast's true strength. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Right now, it could be said that he knew nothing about his enemy. This caused Linley to have no choice but to be in a passive position. Do you think I'm praising you? The demonic beast wanted to bite Lin Ray to death. It's just the absolute command. It's so weak. Looks like you've just come into contact with the absolute command. So, make your move. Show me your true strength. I don't want you to wake up so early. I haven't even started playing yet. It'll be so boring if you die. Don't you think so? Idiot. Lin Ray did not want to say anything to this idiot. He did not think that he would lose. Bastard! The demonic beast roared angrily at the human in front of it. Then, its huge head moved again like a pillar. It opened its mouth and revealed its fangs as it jabbed towards Lin Rei. At the same time, spiritual energy surged up and condensed around his head and neck. Interesting. So powerful. Lin Rei's heart skipped a beat when he saw the demonic beast's power. He immediately became serious and raised his Chaos Dragon spear. The tip of the spear was aimed at the demonic beast's head. Lin Rei was confident that the Chaos Dragon spear could expose the demonic beast's true strength. After all, the Chaos Dragon spear had never disappointed him. He believed that it would not fail him this time. Rock burst. A low roar resounded in the beast's heart. In the next moment, a touch of earth-colored light appeared on its body, especially on its head and neck. A layer of rock-like thing appeared out of thin air, protecting its head and neck. Other than its eyes and mouth, the other parts of its body were completely covered. This is... Lin Rei was stunned by the demonic beast's appearance. He did not think too much about it. To him, this was nothing. Facing his Chaos Dragon spear, this was nothing. In a matter of minutes, he would be able to break it. Pung! A muffled sound rang out as the long spear and the demonic beast collided with each other. Suddenly, a huge amount of power was transmitted from the long spear into his arm. This was not the end of it, and there was a tendency for it to spread throughout his body. How is this possible? Why didn't it break? Feeling the pain from his arm, Linley's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His expression was filled with disbelief as he raised his head to look at the demonic beast. Lin Rei's heart was in turmoil. After all, he knew the power of the Chaos Dragon spear. But now, not only did the spear not pierce through the demonic beast's head, it even made his chest feel stuffy. This had never happened before. Lin Rei was sure that he had used 60% of his strength. Under normal circumstances, this was enough. Is this all you've got? Looking at Lin Rei's dumbfounded expression, the demonic beast spoke. Its words were full of sarcasm. "TSK, I thought you were powerful. It seems like I misjudged you. You are the same as those cultivators. You can't even withstand a single blow. You are so annoying." After saying that, it raised its head. Taking advantage of Lin Rei's stupor, it attacked again. This time, the demonic beast's speed was faster. Moreover, it was very close to Lin Rei. At this moment, Lin Rei had nowhere to run. The demonic beast's attack was getting closer and closer to Lin Rei. However, Lin Rei was still staring blankly ahead. It seemed like he was thinking about something. Giving up? Seeing that Lin Rei still hadn't made a move, the demonic beast said disdainfully, "Well done. Giving up is also good. It saves me time." Thinking of this, the monstrous beast increased the speed at which it attacked Xia Luo. It was clear that if this attack hit, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the weak human in front of it. It might even directly turn him into minced meat. At this moment, the demonic beast seemed to be able to see the scene of Lin Rei being killed in an instant. Its heart was filled with excitement. Awu! 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 Just as the demonic beast was fantasizing and doing it, a change occurred. Dragon roars rang out in the air, and 9 golden rays of light appeared out of nowhere. Previously, the golden light path had 9 golden rays of light, but now they transformed into a vivid, mighty, and intimidating ancestral dragon. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. The scene that the demonic beast was fantasizing about didn't appear. Instead, another scene appeared. At this moment, the 9 golden ancestral dragons seemed to be casually attacking the demonic beast. Startled, the demonic beast increased its strength. However, the demonic beast collapsed in the end. No matter how much power it used, it was a piece of cake for the 9 ancestral dragons. Couldn't even withstand a single blow. How is this possible? The demonic beast was dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of this scene. He knew about dragons, Furthermore, he knew that he was a branch of the dragon race, the brilliant dragon. Furthermore, the blood of the dragon race flowed in his body. But what was in front of him? There were 9F*King golden dragons in front of him. In the dragon race, only the royal family was golden. However, the golden royal family was rare in the dragon race. It was already very good for one to appear every several 100,000 years. However, in front of him, there were 9 of them in front of him. To him, a member of the dragon race, this was undoubtedly an extremely shocking news and scene. Awu, bang! A furious roar was heard. While the brilliant dragon was still in a daze, the ancestral dragon made a move. One of the ancestral dragons broke away, and arrived beside the brilliant dragon in a flash. Perhaps because the ancestral dragon's body was enormous, the brilliant dragon didn't seem particularly majestic anymore. "No, don't you, what are you doing?" Seeing the ancestral dragon arrive beside him, the brilliant dragon started to panic. He didn't expect the ancestral dragon to be so powerful. He didn't even want to know how it disappeared. Merely, he had a bad premonition that the ancestral dragon had arrived beside him. At this moment, he wanted to return and help the brilliant dragon. However, the remaining 8 ancestral dragons were staring at him. Suddenly, a sense of helplessness emerged in his heart. Chapter 952. The ancestral Gragon didn't care about brilliant dragon's fear at all. To him, this ugly and lowly demonic beast was a threat to his master. The usual way to deal with such a threat was to eliminate it. Roar! The ancestral Gragon roared angrily. The next moment, the huge dragon tail moved and swung backward. After reaching a certain height, it quickly whipped towards brilliant dragon. The whip-like dragon tail arrived at Yao Long's body in the next moment and lashed out without warning. Perhaps it was because the ancestral dragon was fast, or perhaps it was because brilliant dragon was entangled with the other 8 ancestral dragons. He couldn't retaliate at all. It could even be said that before he could react, his massive body was sent flying by the ancestral dragon's tail. Roar! Roar! A huge figure was sent flying into the air by the dragon tail. A painful roar came from brilliant dragon's mouth. The roar was so loud that it reverberated between heaven and earth, waking up Lin Rei from his daze. The awakened Linley raised his head, only to see 8 ancestral dragons appear in front of him. This scene stunned Linley. Right now, aside from feeling puzzled, all he felt was puzzlement. Glancing at Bright Dragon, Linley saw that Bright Dragon was nowhere to be seen. Linley seemed to understand something. A smile appeared on his face. Seems like that thing didn't have a good time. Lin Rei was very clear about the strength of the 9 ancestral Gragon. Moreover, the Dragon Clan was a high-level divine beast. Just the suppression of their bloodline alone was enough to make these low-level demonic beasts unable to withstand it. However, Lin Rei had experienced the power of Brilliant Dragon. Although he had only used 60% of his strength, he was still repelled. This made Lin Rei, who had lost interest in the battle, suddenly perked up. "Come back! Roar!" The 9 ancestral Gragon, who were glaring at Brilliant Dragon in the distance, didn't stop at all when they heard Lin Rei's order. They turned into rays of light and rushed into the chaotic dragon spear. The moment they entered the chaotic dragon spear, the ancestral Gragon's coercion was instantly withdrawn. The suppression of Brilliant Dragon's bloodline was also completely removed at this moment. Awu in the distance, Brilliant Dragon, who had been sent flying by the ancestral dragon's tail whip, was lying on the ground. He had thought that he was going to fail miserably today, but who would have thought that the dragon might that was suppressing him would vanish into thin air just as he thought that he was going to be unlucky? As such, Brilliant Dragon, who was at the bottom of the dragon race, would be a fool if he didn't seize this opportunity. Sensing that his draconic aura had completely vanished, bright dragon's former dignity and savagery instantly surged forth. He suddenly rose to his feet, raising his proud head to stare at Linley. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent that caused one to shudder. Fortunately, it was Lin Rei. Any other middle stage or peak late stage ultimate god cultivator would have been frozen to the spot after sensing Yaolong's killing intent. Heh, why are you not convinced? Seeing the look of hatred on Yaolong's face, Linley chuckled, not minding it at all. Instead, his entire body was filled with the desire to do battle. He was very respectful towards this opponent. After all, it had been a long time since he had met someone who could match him. How could Lin Rei give up now that he had found this opportunity? The answer was of course not. How could he give up on such an expert like Noodles? Humph, boy, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful dragon soul. Tell me, how did you do it? What? Lin Rei was puzzled after listening to Yaolong's words. He didn't understand what Yaolong meant. What did he mean by how did he do it? Dragon soul. I'm talking about the dragon soul. How did you make such a powerful dragon soul work for you? Don't you know that the golden dragon race is the royal family of the dragon race? There hasn't been an emperor for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, but you have 9 of them. Tell me, how did you do it? Who are they? Emperors? Lin Rei wanted to answer Yaolong's question, but how would he know? These dragon souls had already existed after he obtained the chaotic dragon spear. Of course, how could he tell this ugly existence in front of him? His only thought now was to fight to the fullest, and not to one-sidedly crush his opponent. Lin Rei didn't just think about it. He actually did it. With a thought, the chaotic dragon spear was stored in the system. Then, he raised his arms and prepared for battle. Although he hadn't reached the Saint Realm yet, he was only 1 step away from the Saint Realm. He believed that his current strength was enough. Moreover, he had basically figured out the characteristics of this ugly demonic beast after seeing Yaolong's move. It was ugly, tough, and possessed earth elemental magic. It belonged to the defensive type. Come, let me see your true strength. Aren't you unconvinced? Looking at Yaolong, a provocative look appeared in his eyes. Let me see what ability you have. Unconvinced? Do you have the strength or the capital? Boy, do you know that you are courting death? In response to Lin Rei's provocation, Yaolong wanted to rush up and give him a big slap or even swallow him whole. However, when he thought of the 9 ancestral dragons that appeared just now, Yaolong couldn't make up his mind. He was afraid that if he attacked, the 9 ancestral dragons would appear again and obliterate him. He couldn't do anything about it. After all, the other party was too powerful. Alas, you are always like this. Why do you have to talk for so long? Don't tell me that you have never attacked me directly? Lin Rei was speechless. He had enough of Yaolong's words. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk he moved. Linley's face was filled with impatience. He bent his hind legs and stomped on the ground. With a boom, the ground that Linley had just stepped on suddenly split apart, and a dense web of cracks spread out in all directions. Yaolong was stunned by Lin Rei's action. He didn't expect this human to be so warlike. He attacked without a word. Earth explosion technique. Feeling Lin Rei's aura rushing towards him, Yaolong frowned and his expression turned solemn. Yaolong instinctively thought that such an aura was coming for him. What was different from before was that he was wrapped in something similar to a rock. But this time, it was purely an earth element technique. Do you think this move will work on me? Seeing Yaolong using the same move as before, Lin Rei smiled. He knew that this defensive move was powerful. However, he wasn't the same as before. He was using all of his physical strength now. His strength couldn't be underestimated. Lin Rei's figure appeared in front of Yaolong. Perhaps Yaolong was quite confident in his defense. When Lin Rei appeared in front of him, he was full of confidence and indifference. Oh, let's see if you can still be so calm in a while. Lin Rei could only think of arrogance in Yaolong's mind. However, this was good. He also wanted to see how powerful he was. He wanted to see if he could break Yaolong's defense with a single punch. As the saying went, if one punch didn't work, then another. If two punches still didn't work, then keep on attacking. There was bound to be a success. Ah, break for me! With a roar, he raised his fist and punched towards Yaolong's head without any fancy moves. The speed was so fast that it made people speechless. Suddenly, the fist collided with Yaolong's head. Hee, that's all. Feeling Lin Rei's fist colliding with his head, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, his expression froze. His original carefree and arrogant expression disappeared and was replaced by disbelief and shock. Kacha, kacha, the sound of something breaking entered Yaolong's heart along with his shock. Hiss! A heart-wrenching pain came from his head. How is this possible? Yaolong seemed to have understood something when he thought of the collision with Lin Rei. He said, "Could it be that you were hiding your strength and didn't use your full strength?" At this moment, this was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise, he couldn't figure it out. What do you think? Linley could only sneer at Brilliant Dragon's words. He withdrew his fist and looked at the part of Brilliant Dragon's head that he had punched. He saw that a hole had appeared in Brilliant Dragon's brown defensive barrier. Around the hole, dense spiderweb-like cracks began to spread in all directions. The speed at which they spread was astonishing. Seeing this, Lin Rei couldn't help but click his tongue. Indeed, your defense is strong enough. However, I still feel that my fist is harder. Seeing Lin Rei's smile, Yaolong was stunned. A trace of anger surged in his heart. Bastard, don't be so proud. Didn't you just break this king's defense? Do you really think that you are invincible and can defeat me? Hearing this, Lin Rei was stunned. A trace of interest surged in his heart. However, Lin Rei only wanted to end the battle quickly because he had already wasted enough time here. Come on, use your mouth. Let me see what you mean by strong. After saying that, Lin Rei retreated a few meters away. Then, he stopped in the air and gathered strength in his fists, waiting for the next wave of attacks. Bastard, this bastard. Looking at the expressionless Lin Rei, Yaolong felt like dying. He didn't expect to meet such a monster with such a strong physical body. At this moment, he already had thoughts of retreating. If he knew that Lin Rei was so strong, he wouldn't have stood out. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He could only stay awake and wait. Dragon Breath, Mystic Earth Extermination. Yaolong moved. He spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. Then, a football-sized earth-colored energy ball condensed in his mouth. As time passed, the earth-colored energy ball grew bigger and bigger. From the original football-sized energy ball, it had become 10 times bigger. TSK, TSK, TSK. Mystic Earth Extermination. That's a good name. Looking at the energy ball condensed by Yaolong, Lin Rei was stunned. Then, he sneered. Even so, Lin Rei didn't dare to be careless. He gave up on fighting with his fists, and the chaotic dragon spear appeared in his hand. Silent Thunder Spear Execution. Spear Art Surge. Holding the long spear in his hand, thunder and lightning interweaved. Suddenly, Linley was like a thunder god descending to the world, making people feel that he was very majestic and holy. Whoosh, his figure moved. The spear was aimed at Yaolong. His figure sped forward, leaving behind a lightning afterimage. Oh. Feeling the tyrannical aura coming from the front, Yaolong was stunned. Then, he turned his head and threw the Mystic Earth Extermination at Lin Rei. Interesting. Looking at the incoming Mystic Earth Extermination, Lin Rei didn't retreat. Instead, he aimed at the Mystic Earth Extermination and circulated the Silent Thunder Spear Execution to the extreme. Exterminate! In the blink of an eye, the two collided. However, Lin Rei didn't retreat at all. He held the chaotic dragon's spear and clashed with it. Bang! The sound of collision was heard. Then, a powerful shock wave spread out with the collision as the center. Let's see if you'll die this time. Seeing that his attack had drowned Lin Rei, a smug look spread in Yaolong's heart. Suddenly, just as Brilliant Dragon was feeling smug, he saw a hole appear in the mystic earth annihilation that had collided with Linli. A figure covered in lightning escaped from the hole and charged at him. What? At this moment, Yaolong was shocked and helpless. He didn't expect this weak human to be so powerful. Rock explosion technique, earth explosion technique. Seeing Lin Rei rushing towards him, Yaolong didn't hesitate. He used the two defensive techniques and wrapped himself tightly. Even so, he still didn't have confidence in himself. After all, Lin Rei could break his defense without using any weapon. Is it going to work? Lin Rei smiled disdainfully after seeing Yaolong's action. He immediately increased his speed and arrived in front of Yaolong in the blink of an eye. He aimed his spear at Yaolong's body and pierced straight into his body. Bang! Bang kacha! The sound of something breaking rang in Lin Rei and Yaolong's ears. The sound was so familiar to both of them. Pochi! The spear pierced through Yaolong's 2 layers of defense without the slightest hindrance. Moreover, the spear stabbed into Yaolong's body. TSK, so this is the so-called invincible defense you mentioned. It's really invincible. Whoa! Feeling the pain in his body, Yaolong roared towards the sky. One could tell from his roar that he was afraid and regretful. You! Who are you? At this moment, Yaolong finally understood that the young man in front of him wasn't an ordinary mid-stage ultimate god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured to such an extent. No. That's not what I want to hear. Lin Rei understood that Yaolong had given in, but that wasn't what he wanted to hear. You. What do you want to know? Yaolong endured the pain and asked doubtfully. I only have one question. Looking at Yaolong, Lin Rei frowned. A cold murderous aura instantly gushed out as he said, Submit or die. You choose. Chapter 953. Impossible. Before Lin Rei's voice trailed off, Yaolong had already refused. He looked very determined. Amen. Lin Rei did not expect Yaolong to have such an attitude. However, Lin Rei was very displeased by his reply. Originally, he wanted to give Yaolong a chance. However, Yaolong did not want it. However, there was one thing that Lin Rei was curious about. He was curious as to why Yaolong refused without even thinking about it. Usually, such a thing would not happen. Humph. This sovereign is giving you a chance. Do you really think this sovereign does not dare to kill you? After saying that, Yaolong's spear pierced deeper into Yaolong's body. Oh, Yaolong's roar of pain was accompanied by the squirming of Lin Rei's spear. In response, Lin Rei only sneered and disdainfully. This king is a majestic dragon. Do you think this king will submit to a puny human like you? Dream on. Dragon. Lin Rei was stunned after hearing Yaolong's words. It was not that he had never seen a dragon before. However, this ugly human before him, Lin Rei truly could not see any resemblance between him and a dragon. In fact, Lin Rei even suspected that Yaolong was a crossbreed. Yaolong was stunned when he sensed Lin Rei's strange gaze. Then, he asked, Amen, what do you mean? Could it be that this king does not look like a dragon? Seeing Yaolong praising himself, Lin Rei truly did not know what to say. Truth be told, he could not tell that the person before him was a dragon at all. You. This king will fight it out with you. Yaolong understood Lin Rei's intention. He glared at Lin Rei. Immediately, he ignored the pain in his body and ignored the spear that was pierced into his body. A berserk aura instantly surged. An aura that could destroy everything was emitted from Yao Long's body. Holy shit, Lin Rei was stunned for a moment as he sensed the destructive aura. Then, his expression changed drastically. He knew very well that this was the prelude to self-destruction. Lin Rei did not expect Yao Long to choose to self-destruct in order to not submit to him. Lin Rei could not help but admire Yao Long's unyielding character. Of course, admiration was one thing. Lin Rei wouldn't let him off just because of admiration. Die. All of you die. You can only make up for insulting my dragon race by dying. Yao Long stared at Lin Rei with a crazed expression, his bloodthirsty intent fully exposed. Hey! Alas! Lin Rei sighed in the face of Yao Long's craziness. He reached out and pulled out the chaotic dragon spear from Yao Long's body with disappointment. I wanted to make you submit to me, but it seems like I don't have the chance anymore. Lin Rei continued, but since you can't submit to me, your life is in my hands. Do you think you can take me down with you by self-destructing? What do you mean? Although Linley's voice wasn't loud, Yao Long heard it clearly. At this moment, a bad premonition welled up in his heart. In addition, there wasn't a trace of worry on Linley's face. It was as if his self-detonation didn't cause any harm to him and posed no threat at all. And no, he must be faking it. As soon as this thought popped up in his head, the speed of his self-destruction increased. Stubborn. Sensing the chaotic and tyrannical spiritual energy in the surroundings, Lin Rei let out a sneer. Then, he retreated to a dozen meters away and stared at Yao Long expressionlessly. His calm eyes left Yao Long apprehensive. Martial God activated. Strangle. All of a sudden, Lin Rei moved. Martial God activated. The surrounding space began to overlap, especially the area where Yao Long was. This was the area where martial God focused. Whoosh! Lin Rei moved. He appeared before Yao Long in an instant and thrust his spear straight at Yao Long's head. What's going on? At that moment, Yao Long sensed that the space around him had changed. Moreover, this change was something he couldn't resist. What made Yao Long's heart turn cold was that the tyrannical energy in his body had stopped circulating as though something was blocking his self-destruction. It made him feel powerless. Impossible. This situation happened so quickly that he couldn't even imagine it. The tyrannical energy in his body stopped overflowing and gradually calmed down. When this happened, Yao Long felt uneasy. Didn't you want to die? At that moment Lin Rei spoke. However, his tone was so cold that it could freeze a person to death. Since you want to die, why don't you contribute to society? Since you're from the dragon race, your body should be a treasure. Therefore, after you die, I will definitely refine you into a medicinal pill to help the younger generation. You're a devil. You're a devil. At that moment, Yao Long was scared. He never thought that someone would be so ignorant as to self-destruct. This was something he had never encountered before. Whatever. Oh right, I'm called the Demon Emperor in the immortal world. I don't mind you calling me that. After all, this sovereign likes it very much. PFFF. The spear pierced through Yao Long's head without any resistance. A huge bloody hole appeared on his head. Red and white mixed together and gushed out like a flood. Yao Long let out a roar. There was unwillingness, regret, pain, and helplessness. He never thought that he would die in the hands of a human one day. Even more so, he didn't expect to die in such a humiliating manner. Blood and brain matter flowed out continuously. His vitality began to decrease gradually. Gradually, Yao Long felt powerless. He felt like he was about to collapse to the ground. TSK, what a pity. In the air, Lin Fan looked at the blood and brain matter. His face was full of regret. Dragon blood is a good thing. It can be mixed with brain matter. Otherwise, if you add some heavenly treasures, it would be equivalent to a saint-grade medicinal pill. As he spoke, Lin Rei couldn't help but scan Yaolong's body. At this moment, in Lin Rei's eyes, Yaolong was no longer a member of the dragon race or a demonic beast. He was a pile of materials. Moreover, they were high-grade materials. Oh, a weak dragon roar came out from Yaolong's mouth. His expression gradually dimmed. You wait. My dragon race won't let you go. Yaolong raised his head weakly and looked into the distance. Then, a strange voice came out from his mouth. This roar was different from the previous one. On the contrary, it was loud and melodious, spreading in all directions. Hearing this loud roar, Lin Rei frowned. A light flashed in his eyes. Although he couldn't understand, he had a feeling that Yaolong's roar was strange. Humph, you're about to die. Why don't you behave? Since that's the case, I'll send you on your last journey. After saying that, the illusory spirit blood fire appeared and rushed towards the bloody hole in Yaolong's head. Swoosh! The illusory spirit blood fire accurately drilled into Yaolong's head. Then, it entered his body and began to burn his vitality and spirit. What is this? My spirit, you! Yaolong roared when he felt that his spirit was slowly being burned away by the fire that drilled into his body. Rumble in the end, under the support of the illusory spirit blood fire, Yaolong could no longer support his huge body. His legs went soft and his huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Immediately, the surrounding land trembled. You will die a horrible death. Feeling his vitality disappearing faster and faster, Yaolong cursed weakly. He knew that he was destined to die today. However, even if he died, he wouldn't let him feel good. Hey, you should worry about yourself. As for me, don't worry. I guarantee that I'll live longer than you. Lin Rei didn't care about Yaolong's dying curse at all. Time passed by slowly. Under the support of the illusory spirit blood fire, Yaolong's vitality and spirit were finally burned to nothing. Lin Rei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, felt the illusory spirit blood fire that he released in Yaolong's body extinguish on its own. Then, he opened his eyes and smiled. He's finally dead. Looking at Yaolong, Lin Rei couldn't help but sigh. I really envy the vitality of your clan. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, it would have died under the burning of the illusory spirit blood fire. I didn't expect the vitality of your dragon clan to be so vigorous. It took you 2 to 4 hours to burn away your vitality and spirit. Having said that, Lin Rei suddenly got up and came to Yaolong's side. Looking at the dragon corpse, he couldn't help but smile. TSK. If I can refine it into a magic tool, then, thinking about it, Linley grew excited. It must be known that if he were to use the corpse of a dragon to forge an artifact, the resulting artifact would have the aura of a dragon, which would be of great benefit in future battles. Heh, you little brat! Just as Lin Rei was fantasizing, the little dragon's voice rang in Lin Rei's mind. You? Aren't you busy? Why did you come out? Lin Rei was a little surprised by the little dragon's appearance. In the system, hearing the little dragon's words, the little dragon rolled its eyes and said snappily, I'm afraid that, if I don't come out, you'll die here. What do you mean? Lin Rei didn't understand what the little dragon meant. Sigh. Facing Lin Rei's ignorance, the little dragon slapped its forehead and didn't know what to say. However, it had no choice but to explain. Looks like when we reach the holy world, you really have to go into the library and study in seclusion. Saying that, the little dragon continued, Do you know that the dragon clan is a social clan? What's wrong? Lin Rei didn't react to the little dragon's words for a moment and said indifferently, a social clan. The little dragon really wanted to smash Lin Rei's head. You killed their clansmen, do you think they'll let you go? A low-level dragon clan is already so powerful, do you think you can compete with the entire dragon clan? Hiss, hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei understood the importance of the relationship. Suddenly, his expression changed and he panicked. At this moment, 10,000 curses ran through Lin Rei's mind. He didn't expect that such a simple matter would become so serious. Heh! Now you're panicking. The little dragon's interest in seeing things was aroused. Seeing Lin Rei panicking, it laughed without hiding it. TSK, this shouldn't be. Our demon emperor Lin Rei shouldn't be panicking. You should rush up and challenge the entire dragon clan and let them know the strength of our demon emperor Lin Rei. I'll do it. Lin Rei was speechless when he heard the little dragon's words. He didn't expect the little dragon to be in the mood to joke about such a matter. Looking at the huge, brilliant dragon corpse in front of him, Lin Rei knew that he was in big trouble. But facing the temptation of the dragon corpse, Lin Rei couldn't resist. Forget it, I'll just deal with it when it comes. Thinking of his current situation, Lin Rei also let go. Since the dragon was killed, he couldn't go back in time. Oh, your attitude isn't bad. In the system, seeing Lin Rei's indifference, it couldn't help but be startled and then started to make fun of him. You rascal, it's good to see a joke. Stop talking, the more you talk, the more annoyed I am. As he spoke, he stroked the dragon corpse with both hands. With a thought, he transferred the dragon corpse into an empty storage ring. Huff, after doing all this, Lin Rei didn't stay any longer. He kicked his legs and rushed into the sky, heading into the depths of Xianming Valley. Seeing that Lin Rei was heading toward the depths of Xianming Valley and didn't have any intention of leaving, the little dragon spoke. Damn, are you looking for trouble? You still want to go to the depths of Xianming Valley at this time? Lin Rei, oh, you're ignoring me? Seeing that Linli was not going to pay attention to him, Xiaolong opened his mouth again and said, Kid, do you know that you might become the enemy of the entire dragon clan? Although you have a little bit of strength, in the face of the entire dragon clan, your little bit of strength is not enough. They can just casually take turns to fight you and you'll be finished. Kid, why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute? Kid, if you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer. Don't you know how to respect your elders and cherish the young? Adam, are you crazy? How dare you ignore me? Lin Rei, what are you trying to do? In a world of ice and snow, a blue dragon emitting a murderous aura roared at the sky. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the entrance of Xianming Valley. Who is it? Who killed Old Six? Who? It turned out that not long ago, Brilliant Dragon let out a strange cry. It was none other than the dragon race's unique voice transmission. No one except the dragon race knew this secret technique and had never even heard of it. Brilliant Dragon's message was that he had been killed and wanted someone to avenge him. And the one who received the message was none other than his brother, who was also the blue dragon in the world of ice and snow. See, calm down. At this moment, a man flew over from afar. Seeing how tyrannical the blue dragon was, he hurriedly mediated. Calm down? The blue dragon lowered his head and stared at the man with his bell-sized eyes. He shouted coldly, Old 3, how do you expect me to calm down? Old 6 was killed. How do you expect me to calm down? My black frost dragon brother was killed. How do you expect me to calm down? That's right. The blue dragon was the frost dragon, a warrior of the dragon race. This race seemed to be born for battle, especially the frost aura in their bodies, which determined their strength. I didn't say I wouldn't avenge him. Seeing the frost dragon lose his mind, the man paused and said, I'm also very sad that Old 6 was killed. But what's the use of going there so rashly? Don't you know Old 6's strength? To be able to kill him, the other party must be powerful. So, it's better to report this matter to the Patriarch first. As for revenge, wait until Old 3 and 2nd come back. When the time comes, we'll go together. That way, the chances of victory will be higher. Chapter 954. No! The frost dragon glared at the man furiously. His expression was filled with killing intent. Sixth brother is dead. As his elder brother, as his brother, I cannot allow the murderer to get away with it. Back then, I personally promised sixth brother's mother that I would take good care of him. But now sixth brother is dead. How am I supposed to face sixth brother's mother? How am I supposed to face the people I once promised? The more the frost dragon spoke, the more agitated he became. The man who had been looking at him the entire time grew silent. He knew that among the six brothers, he had the closest relationship with sixth brother. Similarly, he also knew that his persuasion was useless. However, he still didn't know how strong the frost dragon was. His brother had already died. He couldn't just watch as another brother died. He couldn't do that. See, I understand how you feel. I also feel very pained. However, in order to not repeat the same mistake, I cannot allow you to leave. You don't force me. Hearing his brother's words, the frost dragon was startled. His killing intent soared to the sky. At this moment, he was furious. He hated anyone who tried to stop him from taking revenge. No matter who that person was, even if it was C, his fourth brother, he would not allow it. You want to kill me? You want to kill me? Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, C truly didn't want to believe that his brother would want to kill him. However, the truth was before him. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he couldn't. Humph. As long as you come up here, I won't make things difficult for you. You know that if I'm anxious, no one can stop me. That includes you. Although his third brother was a man of few words, when they became sworn brothers, he said that he would never attack his brothers. However, in this current situation, for the sake of sixth brother, he couldn't care less. You. Seeing the killing intent in the frost dragon's eyes, third brother grew silent. However, he became even more determined. Although he didn't know how strong the person who killed sixth brother was, he knew that the person who killed him was very powerful. Then, let's fight! Clang! The sound of a spear resounded through the world. A silver spear appeared in third brother's hand, ready to fight. See, no matter what happens today, I won't let you go. Like I said just now, wait for big brother and the others to come together. That way, the chances of victory will be higher. If you come alone, I'm afraid that you won't be able to come back like sixth brother. If that's the case, then we will have one less brother. I won't allow it. Alas! Seeing OL Third's insistence, the frost dragon sighed softly and murderous intent surged out. If that's the case, then let's fight. I haven't had a good spar with you all these years. Let me see how strong you are. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk after the frost dragon finished speaking, its huge body instantly rushed out like an arrow released from a bow. There was no turning back. Its speed was so fast that it left one speechless. I didn't expect C to be so powerful. Just based on his speed alone, he's already caught up to second brother. Seeing C rushing towards him, OL Third narrowed his eyes. But if this is your full strength, then I'm really disappointed. Others might not know, but OL Third knew very well that his cultivation was much higher than the frost dragon's. However, because of some matters, he didn't reveal his true strength among the six brothers. Of course, their eldest brother, the golden dragon, knew this very well. Other than the golden dragon, no one else knew because OL Third had never revealed his true strength in front of others. What? Although OL Third's voice was very soft, the frost dragon still heard it very clearly. Whoosh! OL Third's vision blurred. OL Third's lips curled up slightly, and a strange smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, his figure mysteriously disappeared. What? This sudden scene shocked the frost dragon, and its expression was one of disbelief. Because in its view, no, it should be that in the brothers' view, OL Third's cultivation wasn't very strong, but it was still very impressive. But now that it saw OL Third's speed, it knew that it had to re-evaluate its third brother in the future. I said before, with me here today, you won't be able to escape. A cold voice came from above. Hiss. When it looked up and saw OL, third above its head, the frost dragon couldn't think of anything other than shock. When did you get on top of my head? And your cultivation? Looking at OL third, the frost dragon said in shock. Cultivation? This is my cultivation. It's just that we don't often spar, so it's normal that you don't know. OL third smiled. Impossible. You weren't this strong back then. I remember that your cultivation was the weakest among us brothers back then. Now you. Suddenly, the frost dragon's voice stopped abruptly. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that you were originally this strong? Then, have you been hiding all these years? This was the most likely thought that came to the frost dragon's mind. OL third was speechless. Looking at OL third's silence, the frost dragon understood that it might have guessed correctly. It was just that it didn't understand why OL third pretended to be weak when he was so strong and talented. If it had the same talent as OL third, perhaps it wouldn't be the golden dragon who saw it today, but the frost dragon race instead. Can you tell me why? After the agitation, the frost dragon calmed down. It was so calm that it was a little ridiculous. It wanted to know why OL third did this and what was its motive. There was even a moment when it suspected that OL 6's death was related to it. No. The two words left the frost dragon speechless. In fact, it had also expected this outcome. So, you better stay here obediently for now. You've seen how strong I am. You're no match for me. So, you're acting weird. Stop messing around. After saying that, he landed on the frost colossal dragon. Roar! The frost dragon let out a dragon roar and shook its body rapidly. Do you think it's possible? He raised his huge head and looked at the third brother, saying, just like you said, you should know my personality, so hurry up and get down. I'm going to get my revenge. No one can do anything about this matter today. I'll kill anyone who stands in my way. You are no exception. After saying that, it shook its body and tried to get OL third off its body. It left to take revenge. Bam! Roar! A hysterical roar came out of the frost dragon's mouth, followed by the frost dragon's powerful body falling from the sky uncontrollably. Boom! A muffled sound rang out as the 1,000-feet-long frost dragon was smashed into the ground. The earth trembled as if an earth dragon had flipped over. Due to the trembling of the earth, the surrounding mountains began to show signs of landslides within 1,000-feet radius. OL third stood in the air and looked at the frost dragon that had been sent flying with a slap. He sneered. You want to take revenge with this little strength? Where did your arrogance go? Killing anyone who stands in your way? You can't even leave this area. I think you'd better stay with me and wait for Big Brother and the others to come back. Then, we'll take revenge for OL 6. Even though the Frost WYRM wanted to kill him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Roar! You, lying on the ground, the frost dragon glared angrily at OL third in the air. It looked as if it wanted to eat OL third alive. You're not convinced? Looking at the frost dragon's hate-filled eyes, OL third smiled and said, Actually, you can be unconvinced. I have nothing to do anyway. I'll just stay here and take care of you. Having seen OL third's strength, the frost dragon rolled its eyes and lost all its temper. It had no choice. It couldn't think of a way to escape from the cage and find OL 6's murderer. On the other side, Linley had stopped at the peak of a towering mountain. He frowned as he stared into the depths of the Xianming Valley with a solemn expression. Dragon race. Why would a dragon be in a place like this? Turned out that just now, when Lin Ray was flying, he felt his heart palpitate. He stopped and released his divine sense to investigate. He saw a dragon appear in Lin Ray's divine sense. Its aura was strong. Although it couldn't defeat the brilliant dragon, its strength couldn't be underestimated. After all, the dragon race was naturally stronger than humans. However, he couldn't understand why a dragon would appear in a place like this. He always thought that the dragon race was born on Dragon Island. He wasn't the only one who thought so. Most people in the god realm thought so too. Tisk, you're really interesting. Why do you care where they live? What does it have to do with you? The little dragon's voice rang in his mind. You rascal! He was used to the little dragon's sharp tongue. After all, the little dragon was always like this. It was as if it would feel uncomfortable if it didn't find fault with him for a day. Heh! The little dragon laughed and said, This time, I mainly want to talk to you. Didn't you say that we were going to teach you the spatial technique? What's wrong? Lin Ray nodded in disbelief. The little dragon did mention it before, but it was left unsettled in the end. You're saying? He frowned and became excited. Since you've guessed it, what else do you want me to say? The little dragon couldn't help rolling its eyes at Lin Ray's excited look. Damn, you're really going to teach me the spatial technique? He had been eyeing the spatial technique for a long time, but the little dragon insisted that he could only learn it when he became a late-stage ultimate god. That's not right. Didn't you say that I have to wait until the late stage? Why now? Hey, why do you have so many questions? Seeing Lin Ray's hesitation, the little dragon said impatiently, Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, I don't have to give it to you. It's not like I'm losing out. Yes, how can you not want it? Yes, hee. You rascal. The little dragon was helpless when it saw Lin Ray's flattering look. The reason why I'm teaching you the spatial technique is to let you deal with the space origin. Although you've just learned the spatial technique, I believe that you should be able to master it quickly. As for subduing the space origin, I'll help you when the time comes. Although it said that it would not explain, it still explained it in the end. Understood. Don't worry, I'll learn the spatial technique well. I'll definitely not embarrass you. After all, you're half my master. Even if I embarrass myself, I won't embarrass you, right? Pfft. In the system space, the little dragon, who was originally serious, burst into laughter after hearing this. Of course, its expression was full of gratification. Okay, I'll teach you the spatial technique quickly so that you can experience it for yourself later. The laughter stopped and it returned to its serious face. Come on, I can't wait. You. Seeing Lin Ray open his hands as if he wanted to be abused, the little dragon had a headache. Damn, why did I let you be my host in the first place? Sigh, forget it. It's too late to regret now. As if compromising, he raised his hand and a ray of light flickered between the little dragon's index finger. Although the light was weak, it was like the stars in the sky, giving off a gentle feeling. Next, I'll teach you the spatial technique. Remember, learn it well. The power of the spatial technique is far beyond your imagination. As the saying goes, space is king, time is emperor. No matter which one it was recognized as powerful in the ancient times, so you must not underestimate it. Do you understand? Lin Ray, who was already prepared, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Understood. I'll learn the spatial technique well. Don't worry. Okay, accept it then. After receiving Lin Ray's assurance, the little dragon smiled and opened its eyes abruptly. 10 rays of light instantly rushed forward like silk threads. Whoosh! In front of the little dragon, the 10 rays of light didn't even reach a meter before a door appeared and swallowed them. Damn! At this moment, in the outside world, Lin Ray, who was waiting for the transmission, suddenly felt a pain in his head. An indescribable pain spread throughout his body. It started with his brain, then his upper body, and then his limbs. All the meridians in his body felt like they were burning. His bones felt like they were being squeezed to a high degree, making creaking sounds. It was as if he was being tortured. Finally, a scream came out of Lin Ray's mouth. his face instantly turned pale. His expression was as frightening as a ghost that had just returned from the underworld. "Hey kid, do you think it's so easy to learn the spatial technique?" Looking at Lin Ray's pain, a smile appeared on the little dragon's face. But if one looked carefully, one would be able to see that deep in the little dragon's expression there was a trace of worry. Yes, it was worry. It was worried about Lin Ray. After all, it knew the power of the spatial technique. If he couldn't get through this hurdle, he wouldn't be able to learn the spatial technique. Instead, he would become a fool because he couldn't bear the information of the spatial technique. A hoarse scream came out of Lin Ray's mouth. At this moment, he felt the same pain that he had experienced before. It wasn't pain at all. "Little dragon, you tricked me again. Wait for me to go back and see how I will beat you up." Although he felt uncomfortable with the sudden pain, but when he thought about his goal and the people he wanted to protect, this pain was nothing. Enduring the pain, he sat up straight and began to accept the spatial technique that the little dragon transmitted into his mind. I knew you could do it." Seeing Lin Ray's reaction, the little dragon knew that Lin Ray had stopped. Not only did he stop, but he also began to accept the information of the spatial technique. Chapter 955. At the entrance of the Xianming Valley, the few people who were left behind had complicated feelings. Lin Ray had left for some time, and there were some noises coming from the Xianming Valley. It had been a while, and there were some trembling noises coming from the Xianming Valley. Everyone was very worried about this. Among them, the most worried were naturally Lin Ray's wife, Ying and Tian. Every time Lin Ray left, they were very worried about Lin Ray, but there was nothing they could do about it. Sakura was relatively better. As Lin Ray's clone, he was very clear about Lin Ray's current situation. If something happened to Lin Ray, he would immediately receive information from Lin Ray. After all, as Lin Ray's clone, although he didn't have the same cultivation as Lin Ray, he could still do certain things, such as telepathy. Of course, other than the three of them, Tian Ning and Tian Ying were also worried. However, they didn't know Lin Ray for long, so they didn't show too much concern. He's been gone for some time. Why isn't he back yet? Didn't he say he was just going to investigate? At the side, the Dubhy rabbit, who was lying on a rock with its legs crossed and a piece of barbecued meat in its mouth, grumbled. Ever since Lin Ray left, the Dubhy rabbit had never stopped grumbling. However, every time the Dubhy rabbit opened its mouth, Sakura would give it some benefits to shut it up. It was the same as before. "Alright, this is for you. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and eat." Saying that, he threw a pill bottle to the Dubhy rabbit and instructed. Sakura was also very helpless about the Dubhy rabbit being so delicious. Even Tian Ning, who was separated from the Dubhy rabbit origin, was the same. She really couldn't understand why a slaughter origin loved to eat so much. Once upon a time, her child, the Dubhy rabbit, wasn't a slaughter origin at all. However, when she thought of the monstrous slaughter chi emitted from the Dubhy rabbit, her thoughts were forcefully ground away. You know me well." Looking at the pill bottle in her hand, although she wasn't clear about the pill inside, she understood that Sakura's things definitely wouldn't be bad. On the second day Lin Ray had it, she remembered very clearly that at that time, in order to assist her mouth, Sakura had also taken out a medicinal pill, but at that time, Dubhy Rabbit was very disdainful. Initially, Dubhy Rabbit thought that it would be a waste not to eat it. However, in the next moment, he was completely stunned. After seeing the pills in the pill bottle, the witness's expression became nervous. His pupils dilated as if he had seen something incredible. The moment the pill bottle was opened, an abundant pill fragrance filled the room. Everyone understood why the heavenly pivot rabbit had such an expression. After this, Dubhy Rabbit understood that all the medicinal pills on Sakura were good stuff. Although some of them were used for healing injuries, Just thinking about the smell made Dubhy Rabbit excited. Hurry up and eat, or else I'm afraid I'll go back on my word. Rolling his eyes at Dubhy Rabbit, Sakra couldn't help but laugh. When he was speaking, his gaze never left the pill bottle. Others might not know, but he knew very well how powerful that medicinal pill was. Although it didn't reach the saint level, it was a peak paragon level existence. Although it didn't have much effect on increasing one's cultivation, in terms of healing injuries, he was certain that there was no better existence than the medicinal pill in Dubhy Rabbit's hand. Of course, this was only in the divine realm. As for the sacred realm, he didn't know and didn't want to know. I understand. She could feel Sakra's heartache, but there was nothing she could do. Sigh, as the saying goes, only delicacies can't be let down. It's really well said. Hiss, I say, are you going to eat it or not? If not, hurry up and give it to me, I'll exchange it for you. Seeing how shameless Dubhy Rabbit was, Sakra couldn't help but want to exchange it with her. Not only did he want to, but when he was about to do it, his hand had already touched the spatial ring on his finger, as if he needed to exchange something. I'll go. Gulp. Seeing Sakra's action, Dubhy Rabbit was startled and anxious. How could she care so much? She raised her head and the medicinal pill entered the Dubhy Rabbit's mouth through the bottle. Gulp. When the medicinal pill entered her mouth, Dubhy Rabbit didn't hesitate to eat it. Everyone was already used to Dubhy Rabbit's behavior. After all, after Lin Ray left, Dubhy Rabbit had been doing this every day. Although everyone felt that it was a waste of natural resources in the beginning, they couldn't help but feel numb to it. So fragrant. Ignoring everyone's supercilious looks, Dubhy Rabbit enjoyed the delicacy alone. The medicinal pill melted in her mouth and nose. A warm current flowed from her esophagus to her abdomen and spread throughout her body. Huff, Dubhy Rabbit felt very comfortable with this feeling. It would be great if there were a few more of these medicinal pills. Regarding the heavenly pivot rabbit's whisper, although it was soft, everyone heard it very clearly. They had seen shameless people before, but Dishur Tian had never seen such a shameless person. Dishur Tian already didn't want to say anything to her. Dubhy Rabbit's shamelessness was beyond the horizon. He believed that there was almost no one in the entire universe who could be compared to Dubhy Rabbit. A few minutes later, the happiness on Dubhy Rabbit's face disappeared and was replaced by disappointment. Sakra was delighted and said, "All right, now that you have eaten it, you will be fine in the future. Don't complain anymore, okay?" Dubhy Rabbit turned her head and looked at Sakra. Although she didn't want to agree, she had no choice. Who asked her to promise and make an oath. In the end, she nodded and replied, Okay, isn't it just don't complain? I won't say anything." After speaking, Dubhy Rabbit ignored everyone and continued to lie on the stone to eat the barbecue. What now? Is she still an existence that once stood at the peak of Tao? Why is she so shameless and weird? Sakra really wanted to know the answer to this question, but after seeing Tian Ning, he threw this matter to the back of his mind. As for what happened in Xianming Valley, Lin Ray didn't know. Sakra and the others also didn't know what happened to Lin Ray. The only thing he knew was that Lin Ray was fine and very well. Don't worry, Lin Ray is very well now. As an avatar, I can sense Lin Ray's existence. Although his aura was a bit weak at the beginning, it has returned to normal and is rising. I estimate that he will become stronger again after seeing him this time. But I am still a bit worried. If we can go in. Stop. Hearing Shadow's thoughts, Sakra didn't wait for her to finish before hurriedly stopping her. Before leaving, Linley had instructed them not to enter the Xianming Valley. Therefore, when he heard Shadow's thoughts of entering, he immediately stopped her. Let's not talk about this anymore. Sakra looked at the two and continued, Before leaving, Lin Ray told me to watch over you too. So don't think about going in. This is my promise to Lin Ray. After speaking, He came to a place not far from the two and released his powerful cultivation. He was very clear about the two's strength, but as Lin Rei's avatar, he believed in his own strength more. So, Sakra's action stunned the two and then shook their heads helplessly. They understood Sakra's meaning. Thinking of their husband's advice before leaving, the two didn't make things difficult for him and retreated to the side. They didn't think about entering Xianming Valley anymore. Looking at the two of them retreating, Sakra's complexion improved a lot. However, he didn't return to his original position. Instead, he sat down on the spot. It wasn't that he was worried, but he knew Linley's position in their hearts. Although he looks exactly like my husband, his personality and style are completely different. Too hateful. AI. Why did my husband make his avatar look so similar to himself? If I didn't know my husband's personality, perhaps I would have mistaken him. Looking at Sakra's action, the two of them muttered in their hearts. Then, they shook their heads and stopped thinking about it. They sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. Inside Xianming Valley, Lin Rei, who received the information about the spatial technique, was still sitting in the same place as usual. His face was pale and bloodless. If it weren't for his breathing, one would think he was a dead person. It's been half a year. It should be soon. A young man appeared in front of Lin Rei out of thin air and looked at Lin Rei with a worried expression. Although the information about the spatial technique is a little too much for you, I believe that after this time, no matter if it's your cultivation or formations, there will be a huge improvement. The one who spoke was none other than the system's artifact spirit, the little dragon. In the past half a year, as long as he had the time, he would appear by Lin Rei's side to protect him. No matter what, this was the Xianming Valley with the existence of the dragon race. He didn't wish for Lin Rei to be damaged by external forces when he received the spatial technique. This was because once the transmission process ended, both the person who transmitted and the person who received the transmission would be seriously injured. This was something that he did not want to see and did not want to happen. After this, we can enter the holy world. Very soon, everything here will be over. Then, we can leave this place and return to our hometown. At this moment, an electronically synthesized and emotionless voice sounded in the little dragon's ears. The little dragon wasn't too surprised by this sudden voice. After a moment of daze, he returned to his senses and said, "Yeah, I've been here for too long. I wonder how my parents are doing. Friends from the past, are you all doing well?" Looking at the sky, a trace of nostalgia emerged in the little dragon's eyes. "Haha. I don't even want to say anything about those fair-weather friends of yours. If it weren't for the fact that you trusted them so easily, you wouldn't be here now." He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. It was as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. However, looking at his expression, a trace of mockery emerged. "So, this time when you go back, don't do it anymore. Cultivate more like Lin Rei. Only when you're strong can you have everything. Only when you're strong can you look down on everything. Only when you're strong can you be above everything. Only then can you be feared, respected, and feared by all." You've said a lot today. Seeing that you've said so much, I promise you that this time when we go back, I'll turn over a new leaf, okay? Saying so, he looked at the sky with a flattering expression. Look, my performance is so good. Isn't it a little, so arrogant? Yeah. Facing the system, the little dragon didn't say anything. He was afraid that if he continued, he would vomit blood. Think about it more. Seeing that the little dragon didn't say anything, the system didn't say anything else and disappeared after giving a final reminder. Time passed quickly like a white steed flitting across a crevice. For a cultivator, time was the one thing they didn't lack the most. As the saying goes, a day in the cave is 1,000 years in fashion. Of course, although it was a little exaggerated for Lin Rei, it was still not bad. Lin Rei had been in the Xianming Valley for 2 years. In these 2 years, the transmission of the space technique had ended half a year ago. However, Lin Rei didn't wake up because he felt that after receiving the space technique, his cultivation base had reached a critical point. Not only that, even his refining technique had reached a critical point. He could feel that he only needed to take one more step, just a small step, to reach the first rank Saint realm, and his cultivation base could enter the late hierarch realm. And this cultivation took half a year. In this half a year, Lin Rei had been constantly comprehending the Great Tao. At the same time, he didn't stop his space technique. Multitasking was simply too easy for Lin Rei. Quick, just a little bit more, and I can successfully break through to the late hierarch realm. Even my refining technique can break through to the first rank Saint realm. Quick, just a little bit more. At this moment, Lin Rei was extremely excited. Others only needed to stabilize their cultivation base to break through, but he didn't. Not only did he need to stabilize his cultivation base, the laws were even more important to him. Only when both of these reached a certain level could he meet the conditions for a breakthrough. Therefore, the space origin was extremely important to him. As long as he could refine the space origin, he would be able to inherit all the laws of the space origin. As long as he stabilized his cultivation base to a certain level, he would be able to break through quickly. Lin Rei had many ways to stabilize his cultivation base. Therefore, he wasn't worried about this step at all. The only thing that gave him a headache was the space origin law. Time passed slowly. A terrifying energy source slowly rippled out from Lin Rei's body. A breakthrough? At the side, the little dragon who was resting with his eyes closed suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation around him. He immediately opened his eyes and turned his head to look at the source of the energy. When he saw that the source was Lin Rei, he immediately opened his eyes. No, this is just the precursor of a breakthrough. After checking Lin Rei's current situation, a smile appeared on his face. Haha, that's fine. A breakthrough is a breakthrough. You've been stabilizing your cultivation base for so long. It's time for a breakthrough. Otherwise, it's impossible to break through to the Saint realm in less than 400 years. Of course, I believe in you. You can do it because you are Lin Rei. Chapter 956. Looking at Lin Rei, Little Dragon's expression was filled with relief. Looking at Lin Rei, who was both a disciple and a friend in front of him, he was very happy. After all, he was the witness of Lin Rei's journey, the witness of his future. Just thinking about it made him excited. At this moment, Lin Rei's forehead was covered in cold sweat and his face was very pale, as if he had encountered a difficult problem. What's going on? Little Dragon originally felt the aftermath of the energy and thought that he could smoothly break through, but seeing Lin Rei's current state, Little Dragon's heart jumped and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Damn, it can't be. A purple halo overflowed from Lin Rei's body. The intensity was not high, but under Little Dragon's gaze, it swayed and grew little by little, until finally the purple halo was so strong that it directly wrapped Lin Rei and disappeared without a trace. As for the sudden appearance of the purple halo, Xiaolong sensed a powerful energy from it. This scene made Xiaolong realize something terrifying. Hongming's supreme body awakened. The system's voice and Little Dragon's voice were similar at the same time. Both of them were startled and a bitter smile appeared. How can this be? Glancing at Lin Rei, who was in the purple halo, Little Dragon questioned the system. Although Hongming's supreme body had awakened before, it was only the beginning. The supreme body had not truly awakened. But now, looking at the purple halo and the energy contained in Lin Rei's body, he did not think that this was a false awakening. Hongming's supreme body, a body so strong that it made the whole space tremble. Generally, this kind of body could only be awakened by those who had just become saints or those who had been in it for a long time and possessed the Supreme Hongming's supreme body. Only then would there be a 30% chance of awakening. But Lin Rei's current situation was that he had not seen anyone awakening the Supreme Hongming's supreme body at the middle stage of Supreme God, let alone heard of someone who could succeed at this level. And the requirement of awakening the supreme body was to not faint on the first day of awakening. Otherwise, if the awakening failed, it would lead to the collapse of the blood in the body, and in the worst case, the body would explode and the soul would disappear from the world forever. Looking at Lin Rei's current situation, Little Dragon's face became gloomy, his hands clenched into fists, the expression on his face that of hatred. There's no other way. Little Dragon's action made the system understand the importance of Lin Rei to it. He was a disciple, a friend, and also its own child. From an ordinary person who was nothing to where he was today, Little Dragon had long regarded Lin Rei as its own child, friend, and disciple. Although I really want to help, without the host's permission, the system cannot directly extract things from the system to help. Even if the person who helped is the host, it is still not allowed, so, then are we really going to watch this kid die in front of us? Seeing that the system wanted to stand by and do nothing, Little Dragon roared at it. His whole face was tightly squeezed together, his killing intent soaring to the sky, as if he was going to kill it if it did not help. Don't forget, our goal is to find the Supreme Hongming's supreme body and make it stronger so that it can come back with us. But if he rises now, then all our previous efforts will be in vain. Moreover, do you think it's so easy to create a supreme body? If this kid dies, then how long will it take to find the next supreme body? 100 million years? 1 billion years or 10 billion years? Have you ever thought about that? If Lin Rei saw the Little Dragon at this moment and heard him questioning the system, and all of this was because of him, perhaps he would be stunned. No matter what, the rules are the rules. Isn't there a saying among humans? A country has its own laws, a family has its own rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Similarly, the system has its own rules. This is something that existed after the system was created, and no one can change it, including you, including me. So, I'm sorry. As for Lin Rei, speaking until here, the system paused for a moment and then continued, but its words were filled with helplessness. As for Lin Rei, the only thing he can do now is to stop and use his heart to protect his reverse scale to get through this. This way, it can also be considered as a test for him. With the system's words, the Little Dragon understood that the system really did not intend to help. As for the so-called test, he was not optimistic about this test at all. If it was something else, he would still believe that Lin Rei could get through it. But facing the test of the bloodline, no one could do it. Moreover, his current strength was too weak, so the probability of being able to defeat the bloodline and break through cultivation was only 100%. This extremely low probability was calculated by the Little Dragon shamelessly. If not, it would be even lower, and even lower. Alright, this matter ends here. You don't have to say any more. Even if you say it again, it won't change anything. After saying that, the system directly showed that it did not care about the Little Dragon. To be honest, the Little Dragon was anxious, but it was more anxious than the Little Dragon. No matter if it was for a mission or for a friend, it did not want anything to happen to Lin Rei. Knowing the system's display, the Little Dragon's voice was loud. He did not know what to say to persuade the system to help, but he knew the system's rules. Sigh. In the end, the Little Dragon could only sigh because he really did not know what to say. The only thing he could do now was to wait quietly and pray silently. He prayed that Lin Rei would be safe and that he could get through this crisis safely. As the saying went, misfortune is caused by fortune, and fortune is dependent upon misfortune. If Linley was able to survive this crisis, then the rewards he would receive in the end would be proportionate to his losses. Sakura, your body. At this moment, at the entrance of the Xianming Valley, the Dubhe rabbit, who was as usual, turned her head and saw a purple light. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be from Sakura's body. At first, the Dubhe rabbit did not feel anything, but after looking carefully, the Dubhe rabbit was shocked. In this purple halo, she felt a vast and boundless energy. The level of this energy was especially good, even she could not compare to it. My body, what's wrong with my body? When the group of people who were cultivating heard the Dubhe rabbit's words, they thought she was joking again. But when Sakura opened his eyes and looked down, he was stunned on the spot. Looking at the purple halo that appeared on his body, Sakura was dumbfounded. He didn't understand where this purple halo came from, but he could sense the energy within it. Moreover, the energy within it gave him a familiar feeling. Sakura's voice resounded and everyone looked up in surprise. At the next moment, everyone's expression was the same as the Dubhe rabbit's and Sakura's first reaction. At the side, Tian-Ning was puzzled. But after sensing the energy from the purple halo, her face turned gloomy. Bloodline power? She turned to the Dubhe rabbit as though she wanted to verify it. Even though she sensed it, it was better to have one more person to confirm it. Looking at Tian-Ning's gaze, the Dubhe rabbit knitted her brows and nodded. That's right. With such a dense and vast energy, I can't think of anything else other than bloodline power. But what? But Sakura's bloodline is extremely powerful. So much so that I don't even know what bloodline it is. If we really want to talk about it, it can be said that his bloodline power is stronger than the Tendo physique. Moreover, it's not just a little bit stronger. What? Tian-Ning was shocked. She was shocked by the Dubhe rabbit and Sakura's bloodline. She knew about the Tendo physique, because Hongjuan's physique was the Tendo physique. This physique was extremely powerful, which was why it could withstand the 3,000 great Daos and become a Tendo. However, the Dubhe rabbit was sure that Sakura's bloodline was even stronger than the heavenly Dao physique. He had never heard of this kind of bloodline before, let alone seen it before. However, he knew that if this matter was true, then if it were to spread out, the entire world would probably hunt down Sakura. Bloodline. At the side, he had been listening to the conversation between Tian-Ning and the Dubhe rabbit. When he heard the word bloodline, he understood the reason. Bloodline was right. However, it wasn't his bloodline, but Lin Rei's. As for why he had it, it was very simple. It was because his bloodline was more Lin Rei's. The reason why he and Lin Rei awakened at the same time could be attributed to their bloodline. You know you have a special bloodline? The Dubhe rabbit and Tian-Ning couldn't remain calm after hearing about Sakura's bloodline power. I already knew about it, but I don't know why it's like this now. He smiled at the two, then turned to Xianming Valley with a worried expression. The sudden appearance of bloodline power reminded him of Lin Rei in Xianming Valley. Other than Lin Rei, he couldn't think of anyone else who could do this. Did something happen? Why did your bloodline awaken now? Are you okay? Although he said he wasn't worried, he couldn't help but be worried. After such a long time, he had investigated some things about bloodline power and knew the terror of bloodline awakening. Do you know what kind of bloodline your bloodline is? Why is it so powerful? Seeing Sakura remain silent, the curious Dubhe rabbit scratched her ears and cheeks. She wanted to know what kind of bloodline it was, and why she hadn't heard or seen it before. As soon as these words came out, everyone, including Ingzi and Ingzi, turned to look at Sakura. That look of wanting to know made Sakura helpless. However, he wouldn't say anything about bloodline because it was related to the safety of his main body. If he said it, the following days wouldn't be as easy as now. He looked at Tian-Ning with a gentle expression. It's better if you don't know about this. When the time is right, I will tell you everything. But now is not the time. Believe me, I understood. Without waiting for Sakura to finish his words, Tianning said indifferently, if you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I will wait for you to tell me one day. Also, you can rest assured that I won't tell anyone about the bloodline in your body. Dubby Rabbit won't tell anyone either, right? She looked at Tianning with a threatening gaze. Right. After all, Sakura gave me elixir pills to eat. How can I be ungrateful? Right. After saying that, she stretched out her hand towards Sakura. Her eager and expectant gaze made Sakura's hair stand. Damn, this brat. He understood Dubby Rabbit's intention. He had no choice. Who asked her to have something on him now? Although he knew she wouldn't tell anyone. Here, I don't have much of this. Lin Ray gave me a total of this much. Now, they are all in your stomach. She said with an unhappy look. Hee, I knew you would understand. After receiving the elixir bottle, he promised seriously, don't worry, I won't take it every day. At most, 2 days, no, 1.5 days. At most, I will look for you once every day and a half. Alright. Towards the Dubby Rabbit, Sakura had nothing but helplessness. In the depths of Xianming Valley, Lin Ray, who was trying his best to break through, didn't know that such an interesting thing was happening outside the valley. However, he couldn't even protect himself at this moment. Even he didn't expect the sudden awakening of his bloodline. At this moment, Lin Ray was in the former purple space. Other than purple, there was nothing else. The space was endless and very vast. Lin Ray, who was preparing to break through, felt the change in the surrounding energy. His heart jumped. He suddenly opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings. However, the scenery in front of him was no longer the same as before. Looking at the purple space he was in, Lin Ray's heart became serious. Lin Ray didn't feel safe at all when he suddenly appeared in this place, especially when he couldn't figure out why he was here. Getting up, he secretly operated his cultivation in his body and formed a seal in his hand. He was ready to react at any time if he encountered danger. Little dragon, now is not the time to pretend to be deep. Quickly come out and explain to me where this place is. Why did I appear here? Hurry up. The space was filled with silence, and the little dragon's voice didn't appear from beginning to end. It could be said that he couldn't receive the existence of the system and the little dragon at all. Damn, it can't be. This time, Lin Ray panicked. Although the little dragon also fell into a deep sleep before, he could still feel it. However, now, not only the little dragon couldn't sense it, even the system couldn't sense it. This was the first time in his history. Lin Ray's heart was uneasy and terrified. However, this emotion didn't last for long. A familiar energy appeared, as if it received a call from Lin Ray's heart. It rushed into Lin Ray's body. Damn, what the hell is this? Lin Ray was shocked by the surrounding energy. He quickly blocked all the pores in his body and the operation of his cultivation method. However, in the next moment, Lin Ray's expression changed greatly. Why is this happening? I clearly blocked all the pores in my body, meridians, and cultivation method. Why can this energy still rush into my body? And his originally frightened expression couldn't help but feel that after the purple energy rushed into his body, it didn't destroy his body. On the contrary, it gave him a sense of peace. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.